Chapter 27-23. What kind of tigers are we? We are just cats at most. The dragon hawk comfortably enjoyed the soothing sensation brought by the power of life. Lin Moyu used the eye of the undead to observe its soul and found that it had indeed recovered somewhat. However, Lin Muyu's brows furrowed slightly. A red line appeared in the dragon hawk's soul. This red line was very inconspicuous but exuded a cursed power. While the power of life was healing the soul, this red line reduced the healing effect by at least half.
Someone has cursed the dragon hawk.
Lin Moyu looked at the red line and felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The dragon hawk sighed.
It's been a long time since I felt this comfortable. Kid, do you have more? Give me some more.
Lin Moyu replied.
Of course, but I want to continue discussing our deal.
The dragon hawk refused without hesitation.
I won't betray my brothers. Besides that, we can talk about anything else, like what treasures you want.
Lin Moyu said.
I know you won't betray your brothers, but Guangya just promised me that if I can heal your injury, it will willingly become my spiritual pet.
The dragon hawk widened its eyes and looked at Guangya.
Did you really say that?
Guangya nodded.
As long as it can heal the boss's injury, becoming a spiritual pet is nothing.
The dragon hawk took a deep breath.
No, I don't agree. I don't need it to heal my injury, and you don't need to become a spiritual pet.
Guangya wanted to say more, but Lin Moyu waved his hand to stop it. Lin Moyu said to the dragon hawk, let me rephrase. I don't want a spiritual pet. I just hope Guangya can help my friend understand the great Tao. Besides that, I won't make it do anything else.
And we are neighbors. I live in Yudao City over there, and we will be interacting for a long time. As neighbors, shouldn't we help each other?
Lin Muyu's words made the dragon hawk fall silent. It had to be said that Lin Muyu's words were very tempting. He didn't need Guangya to become a spiritual pet, just to help understand the great Tao, which was Guangya's talent and wouldn't harm it. Moreover, it was really concerned about its soul injury. It just didn't want to harm its brothers and sisters in the tribe for its own sake. It was still hesitant, not knowing if Lin Moyu was deceiving it or had other intentions. All of the dragon hawk's expressions were seen by Lin Moyu. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an indescribable smile. The dragon hawk's current reaction was all within his expectations.
You definitely won't believe all my words, which is normal. How about this? To show my sincerity, I will first release Guangya and then heal your injury. As a neighbor, I will heal your injury, and whether Guangya is willing to help me is up to you.
As he spoke, he opened his palm, and Guangya immediately regained its freedom, transforming into a stream of light and flying to the dragon hawk's side. The dragon hawk didn't expect Lin Moyu to show such great sincerity, looking very surprised. Gu Qingxian had already understood Lin Muyu's intention. If force didn't work, then use softness. If inducement didn't work, then use sincerity. Just now, Guangya's words had already made Lin Moyu firmly grasp the dragon hawk's character, and Lin Moyu was fully utilizing it. Under Lin Muyu's careful design, the dragon hawk had already fallen into the trap and would find it difficult to refuse. Gu Qingxian knew that Lin Moyu captured Guangya solely for herself. Guangya was actually of no use to Lin Moyu. She couldn't help but feel waves of emotion. She fully understood Lin Muyu's goodness. Her gaze unknowingly became gentle, like a spring water that could melt everything. Standing behind Lin Moyu, her changing gaze was unnoticed by him. Lin Moyu looked at the dragon hawk.
I sincerely want to be friends with you. I learned about your past from Guangya and think you are very special, different from other spiritual beasts. Maybe we can really become friends.
The dragon hawk hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice,
How can I trust you?
Lin Moyu said,
Mutual trust takes time. We humans have a saying, time reveals a person's heart. At the moment, I can't make you fully trust me, but don't worry, you will understand in the future. I will first give you a token of my sincerity, as the first gift of our mutual trust.
A great Tao appeared above Lin Muyu's head. and a powerful source of the undying Tao rose up. Countless life forces gathered in his palm, forming a bright white light ball. Lin Moyu compressed a large amount of life force together and then pushed it to the Dragonhawk.
This is my first gift. It should help stabilize your soul and prevent it from losing control. At the same time, I must tell you that your soul injury is not that simple. But I can't explain it clearly now. It should be related to some kind of curse. When you fully trust me one day, let me check it carefully. Alright, I should go back now. If you want to find me, go to Yudao City 200,000 kilometers away. It's over there, and you should be able to find it. By the way, my name is Lin Moyu. When you get there, you can find a guy called the Human Emperor, and he can contact me.
As he spoke, Lin Moyu signaled Qingyuan 19 to return. The Dragonhawk watched Lin Moyu leave from a distance, its eyes flickering. After Lin Moyu left, it opened its mouth and swallowed the light ball filled with life force. After confirming there was no danger, the light ball fell into its soul world, releasing life force at a stable speed and starting to repair the soul. This feeling was very wonderful, and the Dragonhawk felt extremely comfortable, its eyes becoming a bit softer. Guangya whispered,
Boss, can we trust him?
The Dragonhawk shook its head.
It's hard to say. Human thoughts are too complicated. We need to observe more.
Guangya said,
I think, whether we can trust him or not, we should at least agree to let him heal your injury first. Then we can turn against him, and they can't do anything to us.
The Dragonhawk shook its head.
Either don't agree, or do what you agree to. By the way, didn't I tell you not to steal other people's things outside?
Guangya said.
But that seed was very attractive.
The Dragonhawk snorted.
What's the use of being attractive? You almost lost your life. Don't steal again in the future, or you will lose your life one day.
Guangya responded with an
"Oh,"
indicating it understood. The Dragonhawk deeply looked in the direction Lin Moyu left, then turned and left. On the way back, Lin Moyu handed the life seed to the world tree for cultivation. Gu Qingxian asked,
Do you think the Dragonhawk will trust you?
Lin Moyu smiled.
Who knows, maybe it will, maybe it won't.
Gu Qingxian said.
You were very sincere just now.
Lin Moyu said.
It was from the bottom of my heart. I didn't have any other thoughts, and everything I said was true.
Gu Qingxian was a bit surprised.
You really want to be neighbors with them. You know, two tigers can't live on one mountain.
Lin Moyu laughed at himself.
What kind of tiger are we? At most, we are just a cat.
2724, 2724. Chapter 2724. A bird is looking for you. Another kind of life seed also revived, becoming a Tao sovereign level big tree. Its name is Qingyuan 20, the younger brother of Qingyuan 19. The two brothers always act together. Qingyuan 19's companion treasure focuses on defense and recovery, while his younger brother Qingyuan 20's companion treasure focuses on attack. With their cooperation, their combat power is unparalleled in the same realm. Unexpectedly, they both died in the Thunder Fury array this time. Previously sensing the original spiritual vein, they followed it all the way, only to lose their lives and become Lin Moyu's slaves. Returning to Yudao City, Lin Moyu did not let the Qingyuan brothers enter but made them guard outside, calling them the City Guardian Divine Trees, but in reality, they were just gatekeepers. Lin Moyu informed the Human Emperor about the Dragon Eagle. If anyone came looking for him, the Human Emperor would notify him immediately. After parting with Lin Moyu, Gu Qingxian felt like the whole experience was a dream. In less than a day, she saw more than she had in thousands of years. Upon her return, the Human Emperor, without any favoritism, assigned her tasks accordingly. The Human Emperor would not give her special treatment just because she knew Lin Moyu. She was treated the same as everyone else. In the Yudao Tower, after chatting with the Human Emperor for a while, Lin Moyu silently left Yudao City. As the master of the original spiritual vein, he could teleport to any node using it. However, his control over the original spiritual vein was still weak, and he could only control a small part of it. The human emperor also benefited from the original spiritual vein. With its help, he could currently cover an area of 100,000 kilometers. Without it, his range would not exceed 10,000 kilometers. Lin Moyu teleported to the polluted end of the original spiritual vein, which occupied about 1/3 of the core area. Influenced by hell fragments, this part of the original spiritual vein mutated, becoming similar to the attributes of the undying Tao. For Lin Moyu, this was the most suitable place to cultivate the undying Tao. This place was less than 20,000 kilometers from Yudao City, with a mountain in between blocking the view. With a finger point, the original spiritual vein emitted a death aura. Wherever the death aura passed, vegetation withered, and nothing survived. Fortunately, the coverage of the death aura was only 1,000 kilometers. Lin Moyu stood in midair, throwing out source crystals to set up a formation. The formation's only function was to hide the aura and the situation here. Unless a Tao sovereign came in person, it could not be detected by the naked eye or sensed. Lin Moyu then set up a second formation to block intruders. Without his permission, anyone entering would be affected by the formation. However, this formation was not high-level and might only block a Tao sovereign briefly. Lin Moyu did not need a strong formation for protection. Anyone forcing their way in would be seeking death. After setting up the formations, Lin Moyu waved his hand, and a courtyard appeared. He was too lazy to build a house, so he directly took one from the rule world.
Next, it's time to cultivate. So many things to do, it's a bit of a headache. Which one should I start with?
Lin Moyu realized he had learned too much and had too little time. It would be best if he could turn 1 hour into 10. After thinking for a while, he took out a third-level original spiritual vein. He then summoned the bone hell and threw the third-level original spiritual vein into it. The bone hell roared and trembled, magma waves surged, and the first-level original spiritual vein was immediately engulfed by the magma. The third-level original spiritual vein unfolded automatically after sinking into the magma. The bone hell's aura intensified, and the hell spirits collectively roared at the sky. The
infinite fusion
required spiritual materials, and the bone hell needed the original spiritual vein. The world tree also needed the remnants of the original spiritual vein. The requirements of these three were high and not easy to satisfy.
I wonder what level the bone hell will reach after fusing with the third-level original spiritual vein.
Currently, the bone hell was at the Tao sovereign level, covering an area of 1,000 kilometers with 1 million hell spirits. The spell entered a peculiar state, with the spell star representing the bone hell still existing, but the previous explanations disappeared. Now, when communicating with the spell star only,
original level spell, bone hell,
could be seen. Therefore, to determine the specific level of the bone hell, Lin Moyu had to feel it himself. The bone hell was fusing with the original spiritual vein, and original power was emerging from the magma, making the bone hell seem more real. On the surface, the strength of the hell spirits did not increase, remaining at the Tao sovereign level. However, the overall strength of the bone hell increased significantly. Previously, a Tao sovereign at the 4th level could easily tear apart the bone hell, but now it would take more effort. With bad luck, even a Tao sovereign at the 4th level might be trapped and die in the bone hell. On the surface, it did not seem stronger, but it was much more powerful, with a shortcoming filled. As long as the bone hell was sturdy enough, its terrifying nature could be fully displayed. Lin Moyu examined the bone hell and noticed some changes in the nether black pool. Its rotation speed increased, and original power appeared inside, seemingly nurturing something. The gate of hell also became more real, with many patterns appearing on it, resembling but different from Tao patterns.
It seems the fused original spiritual veins level is not enough to cause a qualitative change in the bone hell.
In most cases, a 4-star force would have a 3rd-level original spiritual vein. 4-star forces had Tao sovereigns, but they were rare, usually 1 or 2, and they were ordinary Tao sovereigns. The reason was the lack of strong original spiritual veins. Similarly, the bone hell, already at the Tao sovereign level, would not change much after fusing with a third-level original spiritual vein. Putting away the bone hell, Lin Moyu began to comprehend the Tao. With the help of the seventh-level original spiritual vein, which was highly compatible with his Tao, his cultivation was highly efficient. His understanding of the undying Tao kept improving, but his progress in the time and space Tao lagged significantly. Cultivating 3 Taos simultaneously was naturally slower. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and proceeded step by step. Whenever the lunar original appeared, he would cultivate and comprehend the Tao, as the efficiency was highest during this time, several times higher than usual. When the solar original controlled the Earth, he would study formations. He tried to set up the formation he had learned from the hurricane warship. After some research, he found that the formation was at least 7th level, beyond his current ability to set up. Lin Moyu was not discouraged and began studying 6th level formations. Step by step, he progressed. 30 days later, the human emperor interrupted Lin Moyu.
Lord of the realm, a bird is looking for you.
2725, 2725. Chapter 2725, The Weird Spiritual Beast Tribe. Title: Universal Job Change. Necromancer. I am the Scourge ****. Genre: Urban Romance, Urban Supernatural. Update time: 2024-07-18. Lin Moyu woke up from his cultivation and murmured to himself.
Finally, it seems they are still very cautious, arriving later than I expected.
Lin Moyu had long known that the Dragon Eagle would come, whether personally or by sending someone. He just couldn't predict the exact time, but it wouldn't be more than 30 days. The life force given by it could only last for 30 days. 30 days were not enough to heal the Dragon Eagle's injuries completely, but it could at least ensure it wouldn't go mad within that period, and its soul injuries would surely heal. This self-controlled state was definitely what it wanted. So, unless it was foolish, it would definitely come to find him within 30 days. Lin Moyu teleported back to Yudao City through the original spiritual vein and saw a large bird at the Heaven Sovereign level circling outside the city. Lin Moyu had informed the human emperor beforehand, so the human emperor let it in. Many people in Yudao City saw this peculiar bird and looked at it with curiosity. However, since the human emperor didn't say anything, they didn't react either. In just 30 days, Yudao City had already gotten on track, with everyone performing their duties and busy with their tasks. Compared to 30 days ago, Yudao City had become more refined, with many places being repolished and adorned with unique patterns of the great world. They had also opened up fields outside the city, where people skilled in planting spiritual plants had begun their cultivation. Lin Moyu had once bought some seeds of spiritual plants, which were now put to use. Additionally, some people started raising spiritual beasts. There were still many spiritual beasts in the nearby mountains and forests. The human emperor selected some spiritual beasts that hadn't even reached the super divine realm for rearing. Once grown, these spiritual beasts could become spiritual pets. For a faction, spiritual pets were also an important part, as powerful spiritual beasts could provide considerable combat power. Under the control of the human emperor, Yudao City was rapidly developing. At the same time, the human emperor had already begun preparing for the third batch of people to come out. This batch also numbered 1,000, and even Lin Moyu didn't know the specific selection criteria, as everything was managed by the human emperor. Not to mention the selection, even the teleportation array had been handed over to the human emperor, making Lin Moyu a true hands-off manager. Lin Moyu flew to the large bird.
Did the Dragon Eagle send you?
The bird replied,
Yes, the elder asked me to bring you over.
Lin Moyu nodded.
Then let's go.
The large bird's body expanded, transforming into a giant bird over 10 meters long, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters. The giant bird called out,
Get on, I'll take you there.
Lin Moyu didn't hesitate and landed directly on its back. The giant bird controlled the wind and shot forward. Standing on the wide back of the giant bird, Lin Moyu was shielded from the incoming wind by an invisible force. The giant bird could manipulate the power of the wind, similar to the Wind Dao understood by the Wind Dao sovereign. Lin Moyu was curious.
Why are you willing to let me stand on your back?
The giant bird replied.
The elder told us to be polite to you. I see.
Lin Moyu smiled.
Recently, the dragon eagle hasn't gone mad again, right?
The giant bird honestly replied.
No, the elder has been very well lately. Guanya said it's all thanks to you, for making the elder not go mad anymore.
Lin Moyu smiled.
It's good to have it under control.
The giant bird asked.
Do you have a way to heal the elder's injuries?
Lin Moyu replied.
I can't guarantee it, but if the dragon eagle cooperates, there should be a good chance. The specifics I'll discuss with it, and it will have to decide for itself.
The giant bird said.
If you can heal the elder, we will all be grateful to you.
Lin Moyu smiled.
We are neighbors. It's natural to help each other.
From the simple conversation, Lin Moyu could tell that this giant bird was an honest fellow. Coupled with the stories Guangya had told before, it seemed that the spiritual beasts in the Dragon Eagle tribe were quite easy to get along with. However, he would have to see for himself when he arrived at the tribe. The Dragon Eagle was cautious, and Lin Moyu was no less so. The giant bird flapped its wings, and the mountains and rivers passed by. Gradually, a huge valley appeared in sight. This valley was special. From a distance, it looked like a large mountain had been hollowed out, forming a not very deep valley. Could be called a valley or a hollow. In the eye of the undead, Lin Moyu saw tens of thousands of soul flames. Judging by the soul flames, there were 4 Dao sovereign-level spiritual beasts and hundreds of heaven sovereign-level spiritual beasts in the tribe. The strongest soul flame belonged to the Dragon Eagle, which was much more complete than 30 days ago, thanks to the life force. However, Lin Moyu knew that without further treatment, the Dragon Eagle's soul would continue to be damaged over time. The life force was just a temporary fix, not a permanent cure. The root cause of the Dragon Eagle's soul injury had not been eliminated. Lin Moyu believed that the spiritual flower could heal the Dragon Eagle's injuries, but before that, he wanted to talk to the Dragon Eagle. The giant bird carried Lin Moyu into the valley, and instantly, countless spiritual beasts flew out. Most of them were bird-type spiritual beasts, accounting for 70% of all spiritual beasts. They circled in the air, curiously watching Lin Moyu. On the ground, among the trees, many other spiritual beasts also cast their gazes. Being stared at by tens of thousands of eyes of various sizes, Lin Moyu remained calm.
It seems they all know me.
The giant bird said.
There are no secrets in our tribe.
Lin Moyu smiled.
I should say, Guanya's mouth is a bit big.
The giant bird hummed.
Pretty much.
Lin Moyu didn't need to guess. It must have been Guangya who spread the word. These gazes had no hostility, but rather a hint of gratitude.
These spiritual beasts are very pure.
Lin Moyu felt the sincerity in these gazes, a sincerity that was rare among humans. They were truly grateful to him. Countless spiritual beasts formed a path, welcoming Lin Moyu as if he were a distinguished guest. Perhaps in the hearts of these spiritual beasts, anyone who could heal the Dragon Eagle was a good person. Such a spiritual beast tribe was extremely rare on the Origin continent, almost an anomaly. The giant bird brought Lin Moyu into the valley and to the Dragon Eagle. As the tribe leader, the Dragon Eagle occupied the highest and most prominent position in the valley. Below it were 4 Dao sovereign-level spiritual beasts. 3 were bird-type spiritual beasts, and the other was a flood dragon. They scrutinized Lin Moyu but did not act without the Dragon Eagle's command, clearly showing the Dragon Eagle's high status in the tribe. Lin Moyu dismounted from the giant bird and approached the Dragon Eagle.
You look much better.
The Dragon Eagle replied in a low voice.
Not fully healed yet.
Its voice was steady, completely different from its crazed state before. When it received Guangya's distress signal, it was already gradually losing control, eventually going completely mad. Now it was different. They could communicate properly. Lin Moyu smiled.
You didn't just call me here to heal your injuries, did you?
2726, 2726. Chapter 2726. You believe in me? but I don't believe in you. Lin Moyu looked at the dragon eagle. Although they had known each other for a short time, Lin Moyu had already gained some understanding of the dragon eagle. This guy wouldn't accept favors for no reason. Even if Lin Moyu was willing to heal it as a neighbor, the dragon eagle wouldn't accept it for free. It would definitely repay him. So, Lin Moyu was sure that the dragon eagle called him over today not just for healing but for something else as well. The dragon eagle's gaze was somewhat complicated.
Thank you for healing me. Recently, I've enjoyed a long-lost peace. If you are willing to continue healing me, I can promise you that Guangya will help you with your cultivation.
However, this was not the result Lin Moyu wanted. If he really did as the dragon eagle said, then their relationship would become a transaction. Lin Moyu now wanted to become friends with the dragon eagle. He had mentioned this before with a smile. Lin Moyu shook his head.
I said, as your neighbor, I am willing to become friends with you, so helping you heal is not a transaction. As for whether Guangya will help my friends with their cultivation after you're healed, I respect Guangya's wishes. I won't use your injury to gain benefits.
Lin Moyu was very sincere, and his words moved the dragon eagle. It seemed to believe Lin Moyu's words. After taking a deep breath, it said,
All right, let's talk about this later. Please help me heal first.
Lin Moyu said,
As I mentioned before, your injury is not as simple as it seems. To truly heal it, I need your absolute trust.
The dragon eagle asked,
What do you need me to do?
Lin Moyu replied,
I need to enter your soul world and see your soul body with my own eyes.
As soon as he said this, the 4 Tao sovereigns below simultaneously turned pale. Their eyes became sharp and filled with vigilance. The dragon eagle's breathing also became noticeably heavier. Allowing someone to enter one's soul world was no small matter. Opening the soul world was extremely dangerous. If Lin Moyu had any malicious intentions, it would be disastrous. Lin Moyu said,
Of course, I know you won't easily trust me. It's okay. I can continue providing you with the light orbs to maintain your current state. But this is only a temporary solution, not a permanent cure. And as long as your soul injury is not healed, your realm will never break through.
Lin Moyu was telling the truth, and he knew the dragon eagle understood this as well. The dragon eagle fell into deep thought. This was a difficult decision, and no one else could make the decision for it. It had to decide for itself. Lin Moyu continued,
To be honest, I also have some selfish reasons for healing you. Your injury is very strange, something I've never seen before. It should be related to a curse, but it's not an ordinary curse. So I want to see it with my own eyes and study it.
The dragon eagle thought for a long time before finally making a decision.
All right, I'll let you in.
The 4 Tao sovereigns simultaneously looked over, as if asking the dragon eagle if it was really sure about this. Lin Moyu's expression was serious.
Let me confirm again. Are you really willing to trust me?
The dragon eagle replied,
Yes, I choose to trust you.
Lin Moyu smiled sincerely.
You won't regret it.
As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the space around him distorted. Zhao Dongshang and the great sword Tao sovereign appeared beside him. The aura of 2 Tao sovereign 6 realms spread out, causing the fur of the spiritual beasts to stand on end in extreme vigilance. Lin Moyu looked at them.
Don't worry, these are my subordinates. I brought them out to prevent any disturbances.
He then turned to the dragon eagle.
Sorry, if you mind, we can pretend this never happened.
The dragon eagle chose to trust Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu didn't fully trust these spiritual beasts. After all, he was just one person while the spiritual beasts were a group. The dragon eagle understood Lin Moyu's thoughts and shook its head.
I am the one asking for your help. It's only right for you to take precautions.
The appearance of 2 Tao Sovereign 6 Realms experts made the dragon eagle trust Lin Moyu even more. If Lin Moyu had any bad intentions, their strength would be enough to wipe out the dragon eagle's tribe. And did Lin Moyu really only have this much strength? Not necessarily. The aura around the dragon eagle changed, and a faint light appeared on its forehead, like a portal. Lin Moyu's mind moved. and his soul power extended, entering the Dragon Eagle's soul world through the portal on its forehead. In the Dragon Eagle's soul world, large thunderclouds rolled, and the soul world was a sea of thunder. Electric snakes danced in the thunderclouds, and lightning constantly flashed, but strangely, there was no sound. The entire soul world was exceptionally quiet. This showed that the Dragon Eagle was actually very peaceful by nature. The Dragon Eagle's soul floated in the center of the thunderclouds. The soul of a Tao sovereign sixth realm was almost tangible, with a purple soul flame burning within it. The soul was a smaller version of the Dragon Eagle, and the part of its soul corresponding to its right wing was different from the rest, appearing somewhat weak. Lin Moyu knew that this was where its soul was injured. The Dragon Eagle's soul emitted a low voice.
Go ahead.
Lin Moyu approached its soul and carefully examined the injured part but found nothing. After thinking for a moment, he said,
Can you activate your soul power? All right.
The Dragon Eagle immediately activated its soul power. The silence was broken, and thunder exploded in the soul world. Countless bolts of lightning erupted. At this moment, Lin Moyu finally discovered a hidden red line at the injured part of the soul. The red line emitted a faint curse power, which was so weak and mixed with the Dragon Eagle's soul power that even the Dragon Eagle itself couldn't detect it. With his extremely keen senses, Lin Moyu noticed something. His soul power transformed into a fine needle and approached the red line, while he softly said,
Don't resist.
The Dragon Eagle truly trusted Lin Moyu unconditionally, allowing him to touch its soul body without any resistance or defense. If Lin Moyu had any malicious intent, it would be disastrous. With the Dragon Eagle's full cooperation, Lin Moyu's soul power, in the form of a fine needle, lightly touched the cursed red line. Boom! Lin Moyu's soul trembled violently. The cursed red line released terrifying curse power, which traveled along Lin Moyu's soul needle and instantly reached his soul. Lin Moyu's soul body ignited with red flames and was burned to ashes. The Dragon Eagle was stunned. Only then did it realize that there was such a terrifying entity within it. 2727 2727 Chapter 2727 Supreme Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha. The Dragon Eagle was shocked by what was inside its body and suddenly remembered that Lin Moyu's soul body seemed to have been burned to ashes. Although it knew that this was just an avatar of Lin Moyu's soul, the loss of an avatar would still harm the soul.
Are you okay?
The Dragon Eagle shouted loudly. After the red flames burned Lin Moyu's soul avatar to death, they disappeared in the blink of an eye.
I'm fine.
Another Lin Moyu appeared.
It's just an avatar of the soul. Even if 1 or 2, or even 100, are burned to death, it's fine.
Lin Moyu asked,
Now that you have seen what's inside your soul, can you recall how you got injured at that time? If you can't figure it out, just tell me the whole process, and I'll analyze it.
The Dragon Eagle's thinking was relatively simple, and it might not be able to analyze anything. If it could analyze something, it would have known long ago. The Dragon Eagle said,
I was injured suddenly while breaking through the 6th realm of the Tao Sovereign. As for how I got injured, I don't know.
Lin Moyu said,
Before that, I mean from the 3rd realm to the 6th realm of the Tao Sovereign, did anything happen? For example, did you have any conflicts with anyone?
This Tao ancestor's curse had already penetrated deeply into the Dragon Eagle's soul, and could be said to be integrated with it, forming over time. It might have been cursed a long time ago, but it didn't know it. The Dragon Eagle said,
Since the old leader left, some spirit beasts did come to provoke us, but I chased them away. At that time, it wasn't just spirit beasts. Some human cultivators also came, trying to capture our entire tribe, but they didn't succeed. After I reached the 3rd realm of the Tao Sovereign, the provocations decreased significantly. Especially after I became the 4th realm of the Tao Sovereign, almost no one came to provoke us. Right, there was a guy who claimed to be the 6-wheel ancient Buddha of the Western Buddhist clan, wanting me to become his subordinate. We fought, but his strength wasn't strong, and I drove him away. Before leaving, he said I would regret it and that he would come back.
Lin Moyu frowned and muttered to himself.
Six-wheel ancient Buddha.
The Buddhist clan claimed to have their own cultivation system, with each realm's name different from the ordinary ones. They didn't have distinctions like Heavenly Sovereign or Tao Sovereign, only titles like Heavenly Buddha, Ancient Buddha, and Ancient Buddha. In Lin Moyu's view, these titles were just different names for the same thing. The Buddhist clan was just deceiving themselves. The six-wheel Ancient Buddha was equivalent to the sixth realm of the Tao Sovereign. Compared to the fourth realm of the Tao Sovereign, the Dragon Eagle was not limited. However, the six-wheel Ancient Buddha's combat power was not strong, and he couldn't defeat the Dragon Eagle, who was only in the fourth realm of the Tao Sovereign. That was nothing, but his parting words were intriguing. He said the Dragon Eagle would regret it and that he would come back. Lin Moyu guessed that the problem was likely with him, and the curse on the Dragon Eagle was probably related to him. Lin Moyu continued to ask,
Do you know that guy's name?
The Dragon Eagle said,
He called himself the Supreme Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha.
The titles in the Buddhist clan were not randomly chosen. Each had its own meaning. The term,
Supreme,
could be ignored as it was just a sign of the Buddhist clan's arrogance.
Lunar
could be understood as his cultivation path belonging to the lunar system.
Earth Treasury,
in the Buddhist language, had the meaning of hell, which also implied fear, evil, and curses. From this name alone, Lin Moyu was almost certain that this six-wheel Ancient Buddha was behind it. The Buddhist clan had many strange secret techniques. With the strength of the six-wheel Ancient Buddha, he might not be strong in direct combat, but he could definitely do something underhanded. If it was really his doing, this curse would be extremely sinister. It hid in the soul body, growing with the Dragon Eagle, and only truly manifested after the Dragon Eagle reached the sixth realm. By then, it was too late for the Dragon Eagle. The curse had penetrated deep into the soul and was difficult to remove. Lin Moyu explained his analysis to the Dragon Eagle, who realized the seriousness of the situation.
No wonder he said he would come back. He was waiting for the curse to take effect and then come to subdue me. But if he thinks this will make me submit, he's dreaming.
Lin Moyu shook his head.
It's not that simple. He probably has other means to control the curse, such as making you go mad again, lose your mind, or suffer unbearable pain.
The Dragon Eagle's expression became extremely ugly. Lin Moyu continued,
I think he has already sensed that the curse has taken effect and may be on his way here.
Lin Moyu laid out the worst possible scenario, regardless of how the Dragon Eagle felt. He just wanted to tell the Dragon Eagle the truth. The Dragon Eagle's aura became increasingly low.
Do you have a way?
Lin Moyu said decisively,
Yes, but you might suffer a bit. The pain on the soul level is hard to endure.
The Dragon Eagle asked,
How confident are you? 9 out of 10.
Lin Moyu didn't claim full confidence, although he was fully confident. Saying 9 out of 10 made it more believable. Claiming full confidence might be hard to believe. The Dragon Eagle didn't think much and said solemnly,
All right, I believe you.
Lin Moyu said. The Dragon Eagle nodded.
A little pain is nothing compared to being controlled. I am the Dragon Eagle. The sky and thunder are my world. How could I be someone's mount?
At this moment, the Dragon Eagle showed its crazy side, not the madness of losing reason, but the true madness from the depths of its soul. Lin Moyu smiled.
Thank you for your trust. I won't let you down.
More soul power poured in, and a sharp sword appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. This sword was a soul treasure of the first realm of the Tao Sovereign, not very strong. If the Dragon Eagle was on guard, it wouldn't hurt its soul. But if the Dragon Eagle didn't resist, it could harm its soul. The Dragon Eagle let down all its defenses, and Lin Moyu didn't hesitate, cutting down with the sword. In the sword light, the Dragon Eagle's soul body had its left wing severed. The soul's incompleteness brought unimaginable pain, and the Dragon Eagle let out unprecedented screams. Not only in the soul world, but in the real world, the dragon eagle also screamed incessantly. Outside the valley, countless thunders fell, and the dragon eagle's aura became extremely unstable, fluctuating between strong and weak. The entire valley fell into chaos, and several Dao sovereign spirit beasts looked up suddenly. Zhao Dongshang and the giant sword Dao sovereign guarded the place, making it impossible for them to approach, leaving them anxious. At this point, they had no choice but to trust Lin Moyu. In the soul world, the dragon eagle's screams continued. Lin Moyu sent a soul flower into the dragon eagle's soul, and the flower bloomed, healing the dragon eagle's soul. 2728, 2728. Chapter 2728, The Spirit Beasts of the Eastern Continent. The spirit flower bloomed, enveloping the dragon eagle's soul. Even after Lin Moyu had cut off a part of its soul, the dragon eagle still chose to trust him. This trust came from an unknown source, and Lin Moyu was slightly moved. If his sword had struck a bit off earlier, it could have been disastrous.
Since you trust me so much, I can't let you down. Six-wheel ancient Buddha of the Lunar Earth Treasury, it seems your plan will fail. However, your curse still has some value. It won't be wasted.
Lin Moyu waved a strand of life force, stabilizing the severed soul fragment. The fragment contained the curse and still had great potential for use. Lin Moyu quietly watched the spirit flower, clearly feeling the dragon eagle's soul rapidly recovering. The spirit flower possessed an unimaginably miraculous power, able to heal almost all injuries. Currently, it seemed to have no effect only on injuries from the great Tao, like those of the heavenly Tao cultivator. When the world tree grows a bit more and the spirit flower's level increases, even injuries from the great Tao could be healed. Using it now to heal the dragon eagle's soul was no problem at all. If one flower wasn't enough, more could be added. After the dragon eagle's soul entered the spirit flower, the entire soul world quieted down. In the outside world, the dragon eagle's aura quickly stabilized, no longer fluctuating between strong and weak. The thunder that had enveloped the entire valley dissipated, as if nothing had happened. The light of the sun's origin poured down from the sky, bright, dazzling, and full of warmth. A day later, the spirit flower's power was exhausted, and the dragon eagle's soul had recovered 99%. Lin Moyu sent over a large mass of life force to complete the final step. Wrapped in life force, the soul gradually awakened. The dragon eagle felt as if reborn, experiencing an indescribable lightness. It knew its soul had fully recovered. Lin Moyu's voice sounded in its ear.
Try channeling your soul power again. See if there's any discomfort.
The dragon eagle instinctively channeled its soul power. The soul world shook again, roaring incessantly. Its soul shone brightly, clad in thunder armor. Lin Moyu observed carefully, confirming the curse had completely left the soul body.
All right, it's been thoroughly eradicated.
The dragon eagle withdrew its soul power, somewhat excited.
Thank you.
Lin Moyu smiled.
We're neighbors and friends. Helping each other is natural, no need to be so formal. Moreover, I want to thank you for your trust. If you hadn't trusted me enough, I wouldn't have been able to cure you. So, the one you should really thank is yourself.
The dragon eagle looked at the severed soul fragment nearby.
What's the use in keeping that thing?
Lin Moyu said.
Of course it's useful. If it's gone, do you think that six-wheel ancient Buddha won't come?
The dragon eagle's eyes narrowed slightly, understanding Lin Moyu's meaning. This was an opportunity for revenge. Back then, it had been able to drive the opponent away with its fourth realm Dao sovereign strength. Now that it had reached the sixth realm of Dao sovereign, killing the opponent shouldn't be difficult. The dragon eagle said coldly,
If he dares to come, I'll make sure he never leaves, turning him to dust.
Lin Moyu said,
Don't turn him to dust. If he comes and you kill him, leave a piece of his remains for me.
The dragon eagle didn't ask why Lin Moyu wanted the remains, simply agreeing,
All right, no problem. As long as he dares to come, he's dead for sure.
Lin Moyu said,
Don't worry, he'll definitely come. It's just a matter of time.
Leaving the Dragon Eagle's soul world, Lin Moyu's consciousness returned to his body, simultaneously withdrawing Zhao Dongshang and the giant sword Dao Sovereign. The Dragon Eagle slowly opened its eyes, lightning flashing within them. It let out a long roar, and the surroundings seemed to tremble. However, this time there was no thunder, as the Dragon Eagle could now perfectly control its power. The four Dao Sovereign Realm spirit beasts asked in unison,
Leader, are you better now?
The Dragon Eagle laughed loudly.
Yes, I'm cured.
The four spirit beasts immediately congratulated.
Congratulations, leader.
Their voices echoed through the valley, and soon other spirit beasts in the valley learned what had happened, each shouting loudly.
Congratulations, leader. Congratulations, boss.
Countless bird-like spirit beasts circled in the sky, screeching incessantly to congratulate the Dragon Eagle. The Dragon Eagle announced in a loud voice,
From now on, our tribe and Yudao City are allies. We must help each other in the future, understand? Understood. Yes, boss.
The spirit beasts shouted loudly, and Lin Moyu's lips curved slightly. This was the outcome he had hoped for. Lin Moyu smiled and asked,
Dragon Eagle, what's your real name?
Dragon Eagle was the name of the spirit beast species, not its actual name. The Dragon Eagle said,
My name is Leguang. That light crow from before is called Shihei.
Lin Moyu said,
Good. In a moment I'll ask Shiohei if it's willing to help my friend comprehend the Tao.
Leguang said,
No need to wait. I'll call it over now.
A thought was sent out, and the next second, a beam of light shot over from the valley, appearing instantly before Leguang. Xiaohei was excited about Leguang's recovery, circling around it again and again. Leguang asked,
Are you willing to go help Lin brother's friend comprehend the Tao of speed? Don't force yourself. If you're unwilling, just say so.
Xiaohei didn't refuse.
I'm willing. This is what I promised him. As long as he could cure the boss, I'm willing.
Leguang said,
Since that's the case, you'll go back with Lin brother later.
Xiaohei nodded.
All right.
There was obvious reluctance in its tone, but it felt it should fulfill what it had promised. Lin Moyu said,
I won't restrict your freedom. You can come back anytime you want. With your speed, it won't take long anyway. Moreover, you're doing me a favor. If you need anything, you can tell me, and I'll try my best to fulfill it.
The light crow said,
All right, I'll let you know if I need anything.
Lin Moyu asked Leguang,
Leguang, do you know about the situation of the spirit beast world in the eastern continent?
Leguang replied,
I know a bit. What do you want to know?
Lin Moyu took out a jade tablet and handed it to Leguang.
I want to know everything. Please record what you know in here, and I'll look at it when I get back.
Leguang readily agreed.
All right.
2 beams of light shot from its eyes into the jade tablet, recording everything it knew about the spirit beasts in the eastern continent. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the spirit beasts in the eastern continent were different from those in the southern continent. In the southern continent, spirit beasts were independent, each with their own territory. But in the eastern continent, spirit beasts could gather together, forming groups for mutual support. Above these small groups, there should be more powerful beings ruling over these spirit beasts. The Dragon Eagle's tribe was just one way of existence. There must be other ways. Various races had cultivated on the eastern continent for countless years, but still couldn't gain a firm foothold. There must be deeper secrets behind this. This secret was probably known to few. Even the Dao sovereigns of various forces were unclear about it. Lin Moyu had just mentioned it casually, based on his intuition. 2729, 2729. Chapter 2729. Eastern Spiritual Empire, the Hidden Forces in the Eastern Continent. A lot of information is only held by the powerful. Moreover, these powerful beings follow certain rules and do not casually reveal this information. Even in human societies where information is relatively transparent, much of the upper-level information remains obscure to lower-level cultivators. If this is true for humans, it is even more so for spirit beasts, many of which are still in an uncivilized state. Lin Moyu was actually asking casually. He wasn't sure if Lei Guang knew. Lei Guang's eyes showed a hint of complexity as he glanced at the sky. Lin Moyu understood Lei Guang's intention and immediately flew into the sky. They flew past thick clouds, reaching tens of thousands of meters high. Where the wind howled, endless white clouds lay below, and the sun's origin shone brightly above. The sun's origin made the space extremely hot, like a furnace. Lei Guang released a large amount of lightning, enveloping both of them. Lin Moyu chuckled.
Is it necessary to be this cautious?
Lei Guang said.
It is necessary, and I think it's still not enough.
Lin Moyu understood something and formed an array with the essence of the sun, making their space even more isolated. Still feeling it wasn't enough, he drew numerous runes to greatly enhance the array's effect. Lin Moyu said,
This should be enough.
Lei Guang said,
I don't know if it's enough.
Lin Moyu was curious.
Why be so cautious?
Lei Guang said,
There is an extremely special spirit beast that can hear all kinds of information regardless of distance or space. Ordinary means cannot stop it. I see.
Lin Moyu laughed lightly and waved his hand, causing the space to ripple like waves. The space became chaotic, layered, and interwoven. Then Lin Moyu applied the laws of time, causing slight changes in time. Lin Moyu explained,
If it can ignore space, it must be related to the laws of space. I disrupted space and time, combined with the array and your Tao's sovereign lightning. This should be fine.
Lei Guang finally relaxed.
I have a reason for being so cautious. After I advanced to the fourth realm of the Tao Sovereign, an envoy from the Eastern Spiritual Empire came to find me. That was when I learned that there is an empire in the Eastern continent.
Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. An empire composed of spirit beasts was something he had never heard of. He smiled slightly.
If I'm not mistaken, the Eastern Spiritual Empire must have spirit beasts that can detect who has reached the fourth realm of the Tao Sovereign.
Lei Guang was a bit stunned.
You are very smart. The Empire has several spirit beasts with special abilities, one of which can detect this. So, shortly after I reached the fourth realm of the Tao Sovereign, they came to find me. They wanted me to join the Eastern Spiritual Empire.
Lin Moyu smiled.
Did you join?
Lei Guang shook his head. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. According to Lei Guang, all spirit beasts above the fourth realm of the Tao Sovereign in the Eastern continent had joined the Eastern Spiritual Empire. How powerful must this empire be? Even the top forces in the southern continent might not be able to compete with it. If such a powerful force existed in the Eastern continent, it was understandable why various races had difficulty developing there. This also explained the destruction of the city by the Heavenly Sword sect. Lin Moyu thought a lot, far more deeply than Lei Guang. He wondered why, if the Eastern Spiritual Empire was so powerful, they didn't drive out all the other forces in the Eastern continent and make it entirely a world of spirit beasts. Obviously, they couldn't do it. The reason they couldn't do it must be due to an even more powerful force restraining them.
Playing chess.
Lin Moyu murmured to himself. Lei Guang was puzzled.
What did you say?
Lin Moyu shook his head.
Nothing. Tell me about this situation in the Eastern Spiritual Empire.
Lei Guang said.
Actually, I don't know much about the Eastern Spiritual Empire. I went there once. They are very secretive and don't want others to know. I joined them, but my tribe did not. They only allow spirit beasts above the fourth realm of the Tao Sovereign to join. There are many powerful spirit beasts inside, the strongest being the Spirit Beast Emperor, who has reached the eighth realm of the Tao Sovereign. You should know that it is increasingly difficult for spirit beasts to advance. There are many in the sixth realm, but those in the seventh realm are rare, and as for the eighth realm, I've only seen one.
From Lei Guang's account, Lin Moyu gained some understanding of the Eastern Spiritual Empire. It is a powerful and mysterious empire, known to very few. Only the true top echelons of some forces might know about it. Even Gu Hanyu probably didn't know. Otherwise, he would have warned me. But it can't be certain. Perhaps Gu Hanyu has his reasons for not mentioning it. From Lei Guang's cautious attitude, it was clear that the rules in the Eastern Spiritual Empire were also very strict. Under normal circumstances, Lei Guang should not reveal this information. But Lei Guang still said it, though very cautiously. Lin Moyu said,
"Rest assured, what you told me today, I won't tell anyone."
Lei Guang said,
"I trust you."
Lin Moyu was his savior, and Lei Guang trusted him unconditionally. After chatting for a while, Lin Moyu finally left. The light crow, Xiaohei, followed Lin Moyu back. Lin Moyu did not force it. Everything was voluntary. On the way back, Lin Moyu pondered Lei Guang's words, combining what he knew with what Lei Guang said, gradually clarifying the situation in the Eastern continent.
The entire Eastern continent is like a giant chessboard, with various forces competing on it. The chessboard is divided into light and dark sides. We are the visible pieces. And the Eastern Spiritual Empire is the hidden piece. Few know about it. The visible pieces constantly fight for power while guarding against sudden attacks from the hidden pieces. This makes the situation in the Eastern continent even more complex. To win in this chess game, one needs not only great strength but also strong strategic planning.
For countless years, the Eastern continent has been in chaos, and no force has been able to truly dominate. Humans, demons, dragons, and insects all failed. The reason is the existence of the hidden piece, the Eastern Spiritual Empire. Lin Moyu finally understood everything, including the hidden forces. It won't be long before his Yudao city joins this chess game. In fact, he is already in the game. Since that's the case, he must gain benefits from it. Lin Moyu remembered what the old man in the green robe had said.
Behind the chess game, there must be a player. Who is the player behind the Eastern continent?
2730. Chapter 2730 50 Years of Seclusion. Upon returning to Yudao City, Lin Moyu handed the light crow Xiaohei to Gu Qingxian. The human emperor had no objections to Lin Moyu's personal interests. This was Lin Moyu's privilege, and given his status, using some privileges was not unreasonable. The human emperor adhered to his own fairness while allowing for some privileges to exist. Gu Qingxian was extremely grateful to Lin Moyu. She knew how useful the light crow would be to her, potentially saving her a lot of time. With the light crow, she estimated it wouldn't take long for her to advance to Heavenly Sovereign. Currently, there weren't many Heavenly Sovereigns in Yudao City, so having one more would be beneficial. Lin Moyu returned to his residence and continued his cultivation methodically, comprehending arrays, perceiving the Tao, and improving his realm. After understanding the situation in the Eastern continent, Lin Moyu knew even more that strength was everything. No matter how good one's planning and strategy, without the corresponding strength to support it, it would all be in vain. In any case, one needed to become a Tao sovereign at the very least to qualify for participation. Otherwise, one wouldn't even qualify to be a chess piece.
First, find a way to become a Tao sovereign.
Lin Moyu set his first goal in his heart, to become a Tao sovereign. In the southern continent, in the core area of the cold water Holy Land, glaciers enveloped this world. Ancient Hanyu stood under the Tai Yin origin, cold emanating from her body, waves of intense aura spreading across half the glacier world. In the farthest reaches of the glacier world, streams of cold water formed thin lines, dripping from the sky. Vaguely, indescribably high mountains could be seen. Ancient Hanyu gazed into the distance, her gaze directed precisely towards the Eastern continent.
You should have arrived by now. The chaos in the Eastern continent isn't as simple as you might think. With visible and hidden forces intertwined, building a force there won't be as easy as you imagine.
With the connected branch in her possession, Ancient Hanyu could sense that Lin Moyu was safe and sound. Calculating the time, Lin Moyu should have already arrived in the Eastern continent. She knew about the situation there, especially the Eastern Spirit Empire hidden in the shadows, the true troublemaker of the Eastern continent. The Eastern continent offered opportunities but was also fraught with difficulties. Ancient Hanyu was now very conflicted. She hoped for Lin Moyu's success but also worried about his safety. She couldn't distinguish whether this concern was because Lin Moyu was her first man or due to the influence of the connected branch. Occasionally, Ancient Hanyu had the impulse to go to the Eastern continent to find Lin Moyu. However, as the current Holy Master of the Cold Water Holy Land, she couldn't leave casually. Ancient Hanyu said softly,
"No matter what, I hope you can return safely, even if you fail."
Ancient Hanyu closed her eyes slightly, as if making a wish. Yudao City became increasingly lively. About 100 days after Gu Qingxian and others came out, the human emperor sent out the third batch of people. The population of Yudao City suddenly increased to over 2,000 people, making it quite bustling. At some point, Xiaoye and Xiaowu also arrived in Yudao City. Many in Yudao City knew Xiaowu, aware of her extraordinary identity and that she was also a heavenly sovereign. Xiaoye was a new face, and many thought she was also brought out from the rule world by the human emperor. Following Lin Moyu's instructions, Xiaoye practiced boxing routinely every day. Apart from that, she would roam around and play with Xiaowu. The human emperor didn't arrange any tasks for Xiaowu and Xiaoye. Their identities were too special and not under its management. Soon, Xiaoye became familiar with the people in Yudao City, and many came to like this pure young girl. Born with a jade soul, Xiaoye's cultivation speed was astonishing. Her realm would improve greatly almost every so often, and breakthroughs were as simple as eating and drinking for her. After just 10 years, Xiaoye's realm had already reached high-level true god, progressing at an incredibly fast pace. Those who came out of the rule world and were once at the same level as Xiaoye had made very limited progress in 10 years and had been left far behind by Xiaoye. Even more abnormal than Xiaoye was Xiaowu. When Xiaoye was cultivating, she would drag Xiaowu along to cultivate together. Xiaowu had no choice but to pretend to cultivate a bit. The advantage of becoming a heavenly sovereign through the Tao of Void was demonstrated at this moment, with Xiaowu's realm rising like a rocket. She easily reached mid-level heavenly sovereign, not at all inferior to Lin Moyu. Apart from these two, the one with the fastest cultivation progress was Gu Qingxian. With the light crow Xiaohe constantly demonstrating the Tao of speed for Gu Qingxian, her speed of comprehending the Tao was astonishing. After just 10 years, her realm had completely stabilized. It was estimated that in a few more years she could challenge the peak supreme realm, followed by the heavenly sovereign realm. Others measured their cultivation in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. For Gu Qingxian to break through at this speed was already quite amazing. Of course, this rapid progress was inseparable from the 7th grade origin spirit vein. With the support of the 7th grade origin spirit vein, everyone in Yudao City cultivated much faster than those outside. Lin Moyu, who had kept his eyes closed for 50 years, finally slowly opened them. A powerful aura emanated from his body, then retreated back inside with his breath. After 50 years of cultivation, his cultivation realm had made significant progress, almost reaching the peak of mid-level heavenly sovereign, not far from high-level heavenly sovereign. The origin spirit vein contaminated by the hell fragment played a huge role, making Lin Moyu's speed of comprehending the Tao of immortality more than twice as fast. Combined with his identity as the son of Tai-yin, as well as the assistance of various treasures and spirit foods, Lin Moyu's cultivation speed increased dramatically. While cultivating, Lin Moyu also didn't neglect his comprehension of arrays and runes. He had now mastered the 6th grade array given by the Thunder Tao cultivator, the Thunder Fire array. Moreover, he had incorporated runes into the Thunder Fire array, greatly enhancing its power, almost reaching the 7th grade. During the cultivation process, not only did his array skills improve, but he also gained a better understanding of runes. Lin Moyu discovered that runes and arrays actually had many commonalities. He could completely use runes to replace the array base of instrument arrays, temporarily achieving the effect of instrument arrays with runes. Besides cultivation, arrays, and runes, Lin Moyu was also multitasking in refining the origin spirit vein. Shaosan was sent out and spent more than 10 years thoroughly combing through every detail of this origin spirit vein. Lin Moyu now knew every minute detail of the origin spirit vein like the back of his hand, greatly speeding up the refinement process. The more completely he mastered the origin spirit vein, the more benefits it brought to him. The simplest point was that he could use the origin spirit vein to travel to any place he had already refined. This gave him a sense of controlling the overall situation. Lin Moyu left his cultivation room and looked towards Yudao City in the distance. He could feel that Yudao City was full of vitality, not just vitality, but also dense fortune. The fortune was integrated with Yudao City, which in turn was integrated with the origin spirit vein. This fortune simultaneously affected his own fortune. The origin spirit vein suppressed the fortune of Yudao City, as well as the fortune of every cultivator in Yudao City. If one were to distinguish them individually, one could see that everyone's fortune had increased compared to before. So this was a win-win situation. However, as the master of the origin spirit vein, Lin Moyu gained the most benefits and harvested the most fortune.
You're awake.
The human emperor's voice sounded in his ear. 2731, 2731. Chapter 2731. The Eastern Spirit Empire takes action. Help me guard the tribe. The human emperor told Lin Moyu about the happenings in Yudao City over the past 50 years. Every year, the human emperor would bring out a batch of people, with the number increasing from 1,000 to 2,000 each time. Now, the population of Yudao City had exceeded 100,000, and the city had expanded significantly, becoming a true town. Under the human emperor's promotion, these people had already regarded Yudao City as their second home. They lived and cultivated in Yudao City, growing spiritual plants and raising spirit beasts, forming various management institutions. The human emperor essentially transplanted the system from the rule world, with clear rewards and punishments, maintaining fairness. Currently, Yudao City had more than 15 heavenly sovereigns. The highest realm among them was Xiaowu, who broke through to the high-level heavenly sovereign realm a year ago. She took only 48 years to advance from mid-level to high-level heavenly sovereign, a speed that would make any heavenly sovereign envious. Below Xiaowu were the other heavenly sovereigns. Xiaoya's breakthroughs were rapid, reaching the God King realm a year ago. In just 50 years, she had reached the God King realm, a cultivation speed that was astonishing. With her innate jade soul, Xiaoya had no bottlenecks in her cultivation. Gu Qingxian was currently in seclusion, aiming to break through to the peak supreme realm. Lin Moyu sensed through the origin spirit vein that Gu Qingxuan's cultivation was going smoothly, and she would soon become a peak supreme. After listening to the human emperor's report, Lin Moyu smiled and asked,
How is your experiment going?
The human emperor replied,
I had results 20 years ago. My conclusion is that the earlier they come out, the better. It's best to have children born directly on the origin continent. Children born on the origin continent have better talent compared to those cultivated in the rule world. Specifically, the probability of having excellent cultivation aptitude is higher. There is a peculiar power in the origin continent that affects infants the most. This influence diminishes as they grow older.
The human emperor had been conducting experiments over the years, starting with the second batch of people brought out. At that time, the human emperor sent out a group of pregnant cultivators and observed them, reaching this conclusion. Lin Moyu understood immediately. This mysterious power came from the sun and lunar origins, along with the constant emission of origin power from the 7th grade spirit vein and the spirit vein suppressing fortune. The people in Yudao City had stronger fortune. Various factors combined to create the difference. Lin Moyu casually asked,
So what are you planning to do?
The human emperor replied,
I will gradually reduce the number of adult cultivators and increase the number of pregnant cultivators.
Lin Moyu didn't interfere.
Do as you see fit. Besides that, is there anything else that happened while I was in seclusion?
The human emperor said,
Half a year ago, Xiaohe brought back a message from Leguang, asking you to visit after your cultivation ends. Other than that, nothing else.
Lin Moyu nodded.
All right, I understand.
With a thought, the origin power in Gu Qingxuan's seclusion chamber became even denser. The immense origin power made Gu Qingxuan's breakthrough smoother. Without informing anyone that he had come out of seclusion, Lin Moyu took a step and disappeared from his original spot. Using the origin spirit vein, Lin Moyu teleported, crossing over 100,000 kilometers in an instant, appearing just 30,000 kilometers away from the Liang tribe. 30,000 kilometers wasn't a long distance, and after a short while, Lin Moyu arrived at the Liang tribe. As soon as he reached the tribe's entrance, Lin Moyu sensed an unusual atmosphere. Several spirit beasts guarding outside the tribe recognized Lin Moyu. Seeing him, they immediately shouted,
"Boss, Brother Lin is here."
Inside the tribe, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and Lei Guang shot out from the tribe. A powerful force enveloped Lin Moyu, turning into a bolt of lightning that carried him away. Lin Moyu didn't resist, sensing that Lei Guang meant no harm. Lei Guang took Lin Moyu away from the tribe, ascending to tens of thousands of meters high. A sea of thunder appeared, reminiscent of the scene 50 years ago. Lin Moyu set up an array, manipulating space and time, and the two worked together to isolate themselves from the outside. Seeing this, Lin Moyu had a rough guess.
"Is it about the Eastern Spirit Empire?"
Lei Guang nodded.
"Yes, fortunately you came in time. In a few days I would have had to leave."
Lin Moyu asked,
"Is the Eastern Spirit Empire asking you to do something?"
Lei Guang replied,
"The Empire plans to take action against all the races in the Eastern continent. This is a large-scale operation, targeting not only humans and demons but also dragons, insects, and the Buddhist clan. This war might last for decades. During this time, I want to ask you to take care of my tribe. If any other spirit beasts come to cause trouble, please help me deal with them."
In the Liang tribe, besides Lei Guang, there were 4 spirit beasts at the first realm of Tao Sovereign. Their strength seemed formidable, but if a spirit beast at the second realm of Tao Sovereign came, they would struggle to resist. Lei Guang couldn't refuse the Eastern Spirit Empire's orders and was worried about his tribe, so he sought Lin Moyu's help. Lin Moyu smiled.
"I thought it was something serious. Don't worry, your tribe will be fine."
Lei Guang trusted Lin Moyu, and hearing his assurance, he felt relieved. Lin Moyu said,
"Since the Eastern Spirit Empire is attacking all races indiscriminately, you might encounter the Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha. You can take the opportunity for revenge."
Lei Guang nodded.
"Of course, if I meet him, I won't let him go."
Lin Moyu knew Lei Guang's strength. Having fully recovered, Lei Guang was among the best even in the 6th realm of Tao Sovereign. As long as he didn't encounter a 7th realm Tao Sovereign, he would be fine. But Lin Moyu still reminded him,
"In war, anything can happen. Be careful and prioritize your safety."
Lei Guang hummed,
"There should be some spoils of war. According to the Eastern Spirit Empire's rules, whoever gets it keeps it. Is there anything you need? I can grab it for you."
Lin Moyu chuckled, liking Lei Guang's straightforwardness. He didn't hold back.
"If possible, bring me some body fragments. Any race will do, and the higher the realm, the better."
In a war, there would inevitably be many casualties. Collecting some body fragments wouldn't be difficult if Lei Guang was careful. Although puzzled, Lei Guang agreed.
"No problem."
3 days later, Lei Guang left, turning into a stream of light and flying into the distance. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that far away, countless powerful auras were converging in a certain direction. With Lei Guang's permission, Lin Moyu could freely enter and exit the Liang tribe. Lin Moyu didn't stay long. He left the giant sword Tao Sovereign in the tribe and then departed. The giant sword Tao Sovereign usually remained in a dormant state, not wasting time, as the resurrection time of the dead was limited to 2,000 days. If the tribe faced trouble, they could inform the giant sword Tao Sovereign, who would naturally awaken, and Lin Moyu would receive the message simultaneously. 2732, 2732. Chapter 2732. The Eastern Spirit Empire takes action. Help me guard the tribe. After returning, Lin Moyu relayed Lei Guang's message to the human emperor, and the two analyzed it together. The human emperor said,
Based on the data, the Eastern Spirit Empire, as a native force of the Eastern continent and a hidden power, must have its own mission. If the analysis is correct, its mission is to prevent various forces from occupying the Eastern continent. So, when the various forces grow strong, they launch an indiscriminate attack to weaken their presence in the Eastern continent.
Lin Moyu said,
I had thought of this too, but I couldn't understand why the Eastern Spirit Empire would do this.
The human emperor replied,
There are two possibilities. The first is that doing so benefits the Eastern Spirit Empire. The second is that someone is making the Eastern Spirit Empire do this.
Lin Moyu had considered both possibilities. However, he couldn't figure out the deeper reason behind either. The human emperor, with its vast data, might be able to analyze some reasons. The human emperor searched through the data, looking for possibilities. After a search, the human emperor found a faint possibility.
In the origin continent, the two most important forces are the power of origin and fortune. Origin power is visible and tangible, while fortune is an invisible force. A long time ago, there was a type of spirit beast called the fortune spirit beast, which could absorb the fortune of the dead. If the Eastern Spirit Empire has such spirit beasts, they could absorb a large amount of fortune.
Spirit beasts don't need origin spirit veins. Their power comes from their bloodline and the sun and lunar origins. So, they wouldn't start a large-scale war for origin spirit veins. But they must be seeking something, and fortune is the most likely possibility. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and summoned Zhao Dongsheng. Zhao Dongsheng, who had comprehended the great Tao of all spirits, was the most knowledgeable about spirit beasts. Lin Moyu asked,
Do you know about fortune spirit beasts?
Zhao Dongsheng nodded.
Yes, they are special spirit beasts, corresponding to origin spirit beasts.
Zhao Dongsheng explained that fortune spirit beasts are rare and special, having appeared only a few times in the history of the southern continent. If origin spirit beasts can produce spirit veins and belong to the tangible category, then fortune spirit beasts belong to the intangible category, controlling fortune, which is invisible and untouchable. Lin Moyu murmured,
It seems your analysis is correct. This is indeed possible. Let's discuss the second possibility.
The human emperor said,
If it's the second possibility, I have no data to analyze it. If someone can command the powerful Eastern Spirit Empire from behind, that person would be extremely terrifying.
The human emperor didn't know about the existence of the blue-robed elder, so it couldn't analyze this possibility. Lin Moyu thought that if someone was behind the Eastern Spirit Empire, it was likely related to the blue-robed elder. The actions of the Eastern Spirit Empire seemed like a chess game to Lin Moyu. The Eastern Spirit Empire was just a powerful piece, with a big hand manipulating it from behind. But this was just speculation, with no evidence. Lin Moyu asked Zhao Dongsheng,
Do you know about the Eastern Spirit Empire?
Zhao Dongsheng shook his head.
No.
Lin Moyu wasn't surprised. Although Zhao Dongsheng was a sixth realm Dao sovereign, he wasn't a core member of the Dao sect, so it was normal for him not to know. Lin Moyu said,
Human Emperor, when you have time, look for more information and analyze it to see if there are other possibilities.
The human emperor replied,
I don't have much information on the Eastern continent, so it's hard to make an accurate analysis.
Lin Moyu sighed.
It seems I'll have to go out and gather information myself soon.
The best way to get information on the Eastern continent was to buy it from the Lufeng Merchant Guild. The Lufeng Merchant Guild had branches in the Eastern continent, but only in major cities. With the Eastern Spirit Empire about to launch indiscriminate attacks, Lin Moyu didn't know which major city was safe, making it difficult to go there for now. Previously, he had bought a map of the Eastern continent from the Lufeng Merchant Guild. The map showed that there were major cities 1.2 million kilometers, 2 million kilometers, and 3 million kilometers away from Yudao City.
Let's wait until after the war to go.
Lin Moyu decided not to join the fray. It was too dangerous and he might lose his life. Now, he was still weak, and the best choice was to continue developing his power in secret. After this storm passed, he would go out to check the situation and decide what to do next. Lin Moyu didn't go into seclusion but started setting up arrays. Outside the original Thunder Fury array, he began setting up a 6th grade array, the Heavenly Thunderfire array. The Heavenly Thunderfire array, centered on Yudao City, covered an area of 50,000 kilometers. According to Lin Moyu's plan, he needed to set up an entire Heavenly Thunderfire array to form a complete array group. Once the array group was formed, it could replace the original Thunder Fury array. With the power of the Heavenly Thunderfire array, it could kill Second Realm Dao Sovereigns and block Third Realm Dao Sovereigns. This would make Yudao City much safer, and its area could be greatly expanded. Besides Yudao City, several other cities could be established. Lin Moyu set up arrays quickly, forming one Heavenly Thunderfire array after another. Runes continuously flew out, merging into the arrays, greatly enhancing their power. Time passed day by day. On the 100th day after Lei Guang left, the giant sword Dao Sovereign in the Liang tribe suddenly woke up. Someone had awakened the giant sword Dao Sovereign, informing it of an enemy invasion. Lin Moyu immediately knew about this. The invader was a Third Realm Dao Sovereign spirit beast, resembling a rhinoceros with a broken horn on its forehead. The broken horn had burn marks, not from fire but from lightning. The rhinoceros spirit beast charged at the Liang tribe, laughing madly.
Lei Guang is not here. Let's see what you do this time. I'll eat you all.
The mad roar reached Lin Moyu's ears through the giant sword Dao Sovereign. Lin Moyu sighed.
Not cute at all, much worse than a calf. As expected by Lei Guang, some spirit beasts did come to cause trouble. Since you're here, don't leave. Kill it.
Lin Moyu casually thought and ordered the giant sword Dao Sovereign to kill the invader. The giant sword Dao Sovereign didn't care who the invader was. As long as it was Lin Moyu's order, it would execute it without hesitation. The unlucky spirit beast hadn't even entered the tribe when disaster struck. A giant sword condensed within the tribe, carrying terrifying power, and slashed down.
No!
The rhinoceros was shattered into pieces by the giant sword Dao Sovereign's sword, turning to dust. Afterward, the giant sword Dao Sovereign went back into hibernation, not wasting any time. Lin Moyu chuckled.
Truly courting death.
He continued setting up the Heavenly Thunderfire array, becoming more proficient with each step. 2733, 2733. Chapter 2733. Yudao City becomes a paradise. Since Lei Guang left, several spirit beasts came to provoke, but they were all slain by the giant sword Dao Sovereign. This made Lin Moyu realize that the world of spirit beasts was not peaceful either. They didn't engage in power struggles. Their confrontations were more direct, often resulting in life or death. Lei Guang and the old Thunder Eagle had grudges with these spirit beasts, so they were always being watched, waiting for an opportunity. Lei Guang and the old Thunder Eagle were relatively kind-hearted and had spared them before, but now they encountered Lin Moyu. In Lin Moyu's view, kindness can sometimes be a sin. It took an entire year to finally complete the Heavenly Thunderfire array group. The moment the array group was formed, heavenly thunder struck down, and ground fire erupted, intertwining together. The array group created a dome, separating the inside and outside into two worlds. The spirit beasts within the array group could no longer leave, and those outside couldn't enter. The array group formed a dome, visible to everyone in Yudao City. A powerful pressure descended, making everyone feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Some weaker individuals could barely move.
What happened? Heavenly thunder and ground fire, what? I feel like a single bolt of heavenly thunder could kill me.
People stopped their work and looked up at the sky. Many were panicked, not knowing what had happened. Suddenly, someone pointed to the distant sky.
Look, there's someone there.
People looked over and saw Lin Moyu standing in midair in front of the heavenly thunder and ground fire, weaving numerous runes with his hands, performing the final touches on the array group. The pressure from the array group grew heavier, making everyone in Yudao City feel as if they were carrying a mountain, making movement difficult. At this moment, Lin Moyu appeared godlike and majestic in their eyes. Lin Feng, who harbored hostility towards Lin Moyu, clenched his fists tightly, staring at Lin Moyu.
How can you be so strong? You're just a heavenly sovereign. How can you be so powerful?
Lin Feng was close to becoming a heavenly sovereign himself and had interacted with several heavenly sovereigns. Under the human emperor's arrangement, Hao Yin and others often gave lectures. Lin Feng had a general understanding of the power of a heavenly sovereign, but Lin Moyu's strength exceeded his imagination. Lin Moyu's power seemed to transcend the heavenly sovereign level. Lin Feng was unwilling to accept this.
I don't believe I can surpass you. You're just luckier than me. My potential is definitely stronger than yours. I will not only become a heavenly sovereign but also a Tao sovereign and trample you underfoot.
Lin Moyu suddenly felt a sense of something, turned his head slightly, and saw Lin Feng out of the corner of his eye. Lin Feng hid his feelings well, but he couldn't escape Lin Moyu's spiritual sense. Yudao City was shrouded in an invisible fortune, with everyone's fortune connected to the origin spirit vein, creating harmony. Only Lin Feng seemed like an independent entity. His heart was no longer aligned, and fortune no longer favored him. Lin Moyu sneered slightly, not caring about a clown like Lin Feng. After perfecting the array group, Lin Moyu waited quietly for the array group to absorb enough power and fully integrate with the origin spirit vein. At the same time, Lin Moyu dismantled the previous Thunder Fury array. With the Heavenly Thunder Fire array in place, the Thunder Fury array was no longer needed. If the Heavenly Thunder Fire array couldn't hold, the Thunder Fury array would be useless. Finally, Lin Moyu handed the control token of the array to the human emperor, who continued to manage it, while Lin Moyu remained hands-off. Once everything settled, Lin Moyu disappeared from everyone's sight. Lin Moyu returned to his cultivation room to continue his training and consolidate his realm. He felt he was very close to becoming a high-level heavenly sovereign, just lacking a catalyst. However, he couldn't leave yet, as he had promised Lei Guang to guard the tribe. 2 years later, a powerful aura rose in Yudao City as Gu Qingxian completed her breakthrough, reaching the peak supreme realm. Due to Lin Moyu's personal interest and the provision of a large amount of origin spirit vein, Gu Qingxian, after becoming a peak supreme, advanced even further, making the heavenly sovereign realm not far off. With the help of the Light Crow, Gu Qingxian becoming a heavenly sovereign was just a matter of time. As time passed, more and more people came to Yudao City. The human emperor brought people out in batches, and cultivators continued to grow. Gradually, they began to explore the world outside Yudao City, and the power structure became more complete. Lin Moyu had completely become hands-off, leaving Yudao City to the human emperor and Hao Yin. Years later, the lunar origin hung high in the sky, and the lunar symbol on Lin Moyu's forehead glowed, signifying his status as the son of Tai Yin. In this state, Lin Moyu's fortune increased, and he vaguely felt a mysterious connection with the lunar origin. His spiritual sense became sharper, allowing him to sense distant places. The light of the lunar origin covered the entire origin continent, and Lin Moyu felt that one day, he might be able to know everything happening in every corner of the origin continent through the lunar origin. In his vague senses, Lin Moyu felt intense battles erupting far away. Powerful auras clashed in the heavens and earth, with the intensity of the war being astonishing.
Is the Eastern Spirit Empire taking action? What is your goal? Is it really just for fortune? Or is someone else behind you?
Lin Moyu pondered, trying to sense the distant situation, but the feeling was too vague and intermittent, making it impossible to see clearly. During the repeated appearances of the lunar origin, Lin Moyu sensed several more times. The locations changed, but they were still distant, and the battles remained intense. The war was spreading across the eastern continent, while his area had become a paradise. Lin Moyu guessed that the Eastern Spirit Empire had some special spirit beasts that could sense the presence of powerful Tao sovereigns. So the Eastern Spirit Empire only needed to target those powerful Tao sovereigns. By killing them, they could achieve their goal. The fortune of the strong far surpassed that of the weak. On his side, the strongest were the giant sword Tao sovereign and Zhao Dongsheng. But one was in the Star of Spells, and the other was in a dormant state, so they might not be sensed. Moreover, Yudao City was in a remote location, and the war hadn't spread here. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Lei Guang had not returned. Lin Moyu believed Lei Guang wouldn't be in danger. With his strength, few could kill him. Through the lunar origin, he still sensed that the war continued, and the Eastern Spirit Empire's actions hadn't completely stopped. However, the frequency was decreasing, indicating the end was near. 2 more years passed, and in the 13th year after Lei Guang left, a bolt of lightning flew from afar under the light of the lunar origin. The lightning quickly approached.
Finally back!
Lin Moyu's lips curved slightly, and the heavenly thunderfire array burned, revealing a gap made of flames.
Come in from here!
Lin Moyu's voice sounded in Lei Guang's ear. The lightning entered the array, crossing tens of thousands of kilometers, and arrived before Lin Moyu. 2734, 2734. Chapter 2734. Someone's here to cause trouble. Lei Guang landed in front of Lin Moyu, with thunder rumbling around him. His massive body quickly shrank and transformed into a human shape, looking no different from an ordinary human. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised.
You can transform into a human now.
In the origin continent, spirit beasts generally couldn't transform into human shapes. The demon race could transform into human shapes, and the higher their realm, the more perfect their human forms. The human form was called the Tao body, and to reach the highest realm, the demon race had to achieve this. Lin Moyu didn't know why the spirit beasts in the origin continent couldn't do it. Previously, Lei Guang couldn't do it either, but now he suddenly could. Lei Guang's transformed appearance was that of a sturdy young man. He gave Lin Moyu a look and then waved out thunder to envelop the surroundings. Lin Moyu smiled, twisted space and time, and created an isolated area. Lei Guang then grinned.
I performed well in this war and received many rewards. Transforming into a Tao body is one of the rewards from the Empire. Besides that, I also received a good cultivation method. From now on, I have a method to cultivate, not just relying on my bloodline and natural evolution.
He was straightforward and told Lin Moyu everything he had gained. Lin Moyu sincerely congratulated him.
Congratulations, Brother Lei. It seems this Tao body transformation method is very precious.
Lei Guang said,
Yes, it's very precious. Only by joining the Eastern Spirit Empire can one obtain it.
Lin Moyu asked,
This secret method can't be passed on, right?
Lei Guang nodded.
Yes, it can't be passed on.
Lin Moyu thought of the reincarnation secret method in the 100 Herb Alliance, which was of the same type, only usable by oneself and impossible to pass on. Through Lei Guang's explanation, Lin Moyu learned that spirit beasts needed to transform into a Tao body if they wanted to advance beyond the 6th realm of Tao Sovereign. Without the Eastern Spirit Empire's secret method, spirit beasts could only stop at the 6th realm of Tao Sovereign. No wonder he hadn't seen any spirit beasts at the 7th realm of Tao Sovereign in the southern continent. Lin Moyu didn't ask about the details of the war, knowing that Lei Guang would be restricted. The Eastern Spirit Empire was a hidden force in the eastern continent, and many things were likely kept secret and not allowed to be disclosed. If not for such strict rules, the existence of the Eastern Spirit Empire couldn't have been hidden for so long. Lin Moyu smiled.
I will do what I promise you.
Lei Guang waved his hand, and nearby lightning exploded, revealing a pile of flesh. In an instant, a powerful aura spread out. Each piece of flesh was strong, indicating the strength of their owners. Lei Guang said,
There are 49 pieces of flesh in total, with the lowest being at the 4th realm of Tao Sovereign and the highest at the 6th realm. These guys were all killed by me, and they are all from the demon race. The unit I was in was tasked with clearing out the demon race Tao Sovereigns.
Lei Guang briefly explained that the Eastern Spirit Empire's units were divided to deal with different races. Lei Guang's unit dealt with the demon race, so he killed demon race Tao Sovereigns. Among the 49 pieces of flesh, Lin Moyu saw one that was slightly special. He reached out and summoned the flesh to his hand. The flesh emitted lightning power, and although it was dead, it still contained strong power. This piece of flesh belonged to a sixth realm Dao sovereign and was a king among the demon race, a thunderlight purple-striped tiger. In the world of stars, Lin Moyu had seen a thunderlight purple-striped tiger named Lei Hao. Lei Guang said,
This piece of flesh belonged to a thunderlight purple-striped tiger, who, like me, was skilled in controlling lightning and mastered the thunder Dao. It was one of the 10 toughest to kill. I fought with it for a long time before finally killing it.
Lin Moyu nodded.
Did you only kill those above the 4th realm of Dao Sovereign?
Lei Guang replied,
Yes, those below the 4th realm are not considered by the Empire.
Lin Moyu asked,
What kind of existence is the Emperor?
Lei Guang shook his head.
The Emperor's realm should be at the 8th realm of Dao Sovereign, or maybe the 9th realm, I'm not sure. When the Emperor appears, it's always in human form, so I don't know what kind of spirit beast the Emperor is. Anyway, we just follow the Emperor's orders. In the Eastern Spirit Empire, the Emperor's orders are absolute, and no one can disobey. The Emperor is also fair with rewards and punishments. If you make a contribution, there will be rewards. If you make a mistake, you will be punished.
In Lei Guang's words, the Emperor of the Eastern Spirit Empire was a strict and awe-inspiring figure. Lin Moyu put away the pieces of flesh.
It's good that you returned safely. After this, focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the 7th realm of Dao Sovereign soon.
Lei Guang said,
Yes, that's what I plan to do. I want to reach the 7th realm of Dao Sovereign as soon as possible. The Emperor seems to have some new actions planned, but only those above the 7th realm can participate. I don't qualify. After this, I realized the huge gap between the 6th and 7th realms of Dao Sovereign. The 7th realm Dao Sovereigns in the Empire are really powerful. I'm nothing compared to them.
Lei Guang seemed to be stimulated and talked a lot. Lin Moyu could hear that Lei Guang had a strong desire to improve his realm and strength. Previously, he seemed indifferent to worldly affairs, but now that attitude was gone. This change was due to the influence of the Emperor of the Eastern Spirit Empire. Lin Moyu was also curious about the Emperor's charm, which could influence Lei Guang's mindset. Lei Guang said,
All right, I have to go back.
Lin Moyu said,
I will leave here soon too. If anything happens here, please help me take care of it.
Lei Guang patted his chest.
No problem.
Suddenly, Lei Guang's expression changed.
Someone's here to cause trouble.
Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. In the Thunder Eagle tribe, the giant sword Dao Sovereign, who was in hibernation, suddenly opened his eyes. Using the giant sword Dao Sovereign's eyes, Lin Moyu saw a ball of Buddha light flying towards the tribe from afar. The Buddha light formed a sphere with 6 rings, each a different color, and distinct layers.
6-wheel ancient Buddha.
Lin Moyu said softly. Lei Guang's eyes narrowed slightly.
Could it be him?
Lin Moyu smiled.
Let's go see. Don't resist, I'll send you over.
He stomped on the ground, causing the origin spirit vein to tremble, and a surge of origin power enveloped Lei Guang. In the next second, the two disappeared and reappeared only 30,000 kilometers away from the Thunder Eagle tribe. Although Lei Guang was fast, he was nowhere near as fast as teleportation. Lei Guang revealed his true form, quickly growing larger.
Come on.
Lin Moyu didn't hesitate and flew onto Lei Guang's back. Lei Guang transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed back to the tribe at top speed. 2735, 2735. Chapter 2735. Beast, prepare to die. The Buddha's light illuminated the heavens and earth, with 6 halos circling behind him. The 6-wheel ancient Buddha had a solemn and compassionate expression. This time, the Eastern Spirit Empire's action also targeted the Buddhist clan. However, Lei Guang was not clear about the situation of that particular unit, as everyone acted separately and did not meet afterward. The 6-wheel ancient Buddha spread the Buddha's light, enveloping the entire tribe.
Convert to my Buddha, and you will gain infinite merit.
The sound of Buddha filled the air, and the great spirit beasts in the tribe lost focus, influenced by the Buddha's voice. Suddenly, a giant sword appeared out of nowhere, shattering the Buddha's light and silencing the Buddha's voice. The giant sword Tao sovereign flew out from the tribe, looking expressionlessly at the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha was slightly startled. He did not expect that a human Tao sovereign of the sixth realm was hidden in the Thunder Eagle tribe.
Amitabha, I did not expect to find a human Tao friend here. May I ask what brings you here?
He chanted the Buddha's name and maintained a polite attitude towards the giant sword Tao sovereign. Not knowing the giant sword Tao sovereign's strength, he did not act rashly. The giant sword Tao sovereign ignored him. If Lin Moyu had not instructed him otherwise, he would have already attacked the ancient Buddha. As a resurrected being, he did not care about any rules and preferred to solve problems with his sword. Seeing that the giant sword Tao sovereign ignored him, the ancient Buddha showed a trace of displeasure. After all, he was a six-wheel ancient Buddha, and in terms of realm, he was not inferior to a sixth-realm Tao sovereign. They were equals, yet he was being ignored. The ancient Buddha spoke again.
No matter what you are doing here, please do not interfere with my Buddha's affairs.
The giant sword Tao sovereign continued to ignore him, with a giant sword floating in the sky, ready to strike at any moment. The ancient Buddha remained vigilant and did not dare to act recklessly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning sped towards them at an astonishing speed. Before it even got close, Lei Guang saw the ancient Buddha and showed a trace of disappointment.
It's not him.
Lin Moyu was also puzzled.
If it's not the Lunar Earth Treasury ancient Buddha, then why is he here? From his words, he clearly has a purpose. Besides the Lunar Earth Treasury, who else could it be?
Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. During the extermination of the Buddhist clan in the Great World, there had been cases of body possession. This six-wheel ancient Buddha's physical body might not be the Lunar Earth Treasury. But what about his soul? Lin Moyu said,
Don't rush. Let's observe first. Keep an eye on the soul fragment and see if the cursed power will erupt.
Lei Guang nodded.
Yes, I've been watching.
The lightning stopped in front of the tribe, and Lei Guang stared at the six-wheel ancient Buddha with a hostile gaze.
Who are you? What is your relationship with the Lunar Earth Treasury?
Lei Guang disliked beating around the bush and asked directly. The moment the six-wheel ancient Buddha saw Lei Guang, his eyes sharpened as if he had found a long-awaited prey. Lin Moyu immediately realized that this six-wheel ancient Buddha had come for Lei Guang. The ancient Buddha examined Lei Guang, his sharp eyes showing satisfaction.
Amitabha, I did not expect you to have grown to this level. That's great. Today, you will convert to my Buddha and become my mount.
Hearing this, Lin Moyu was almost certain that this was indeed the Lunar Earth Treasury ancient Buddha from back then. Although his appearance did not match Lei Guang's memory, his words did not lie. Lei Guang also realized the identity of the other party.
So it really is you. I didn't expect you to escape last time. Amitabha.
The Lunar Earth Treasury ancient Buddha chanted the Buddha's name.
You have indeed joined the Eastern Spirit Empire. After converting to my Buddha, you can tell me everything you know. This time, you will pay for the sins committed by the Eastern Spirit Empire.
Lei Guang's eyes flashed with lightning.
Convert to you? Go to hell.
His anger could no longer be contained, and boundless lightning erupted from his body, transforming into a thunder dragon that charged at the Lunar Earth Treasury. The Lunar Earth Treasury's face changed, and the six halos behind him lit up, revealing a giant Buddha in the light. The Buddha's voice resounded, and the Buddha pressed down on the thunder dragon with one palm. Boom! The thunder dragon exploded, and the Buddha shattered. The Lunar Earth Treasury was also blasted thousands of meters away. Lei Guang's power far exceeded the Lunar Earth Treasury's expectations. Instead of panicking, the Lunar Earth Treasury became even more excited. As if the stronger Lei Guang was, the happier he became. He muttered,
Indeed, you are exceptionally talented, but you are stubborn. Let me teach you a lesson.
The six halos lit up again, and the shattered Buddha reappeared. The Buddha emitted a red light, filled with dark power, turning the surrounding area dark red and eerie. Lei Guang's attack suddenly stopped. In his soul world, the soul fragment that Lin Moyu had cut out was glowing red. The red light corroded his soul, and Lei Guang shivered. If he had not removed the curse, his soul would be suffering unimaginable torment at this moment. Lei Guang glanced gratefully at Lin Moyu and then turned to the Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha with murderous intent. He let out a sharp scream, and countless thunderclouds appeared in the sky. Thunder dragons descended from the clouds, tearing the Buddha to pieces. The Lunar Earth Treasury's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed,
"How are you unharmed?"
Lei Guang did not bother to explain. His only goal now was to kill the opponent. Lin Moyu did not intervene. This was Lei Guang's personal vendetta, and he had to settle it himself. The thunder dragons surrounded the Lunar Earth Treasury, roaring incessantly. Lei Guang unleashed his full power, showing no mercy. The Lunar Earth Treasury chanted the Buddha's name, and a giant lotus leaf appeared under his feet. The lotus leaf was covered with scriptures, emitting dazzling light, resisting the thunder dragon's attacks. Lei Guang screamed continuously, and a great Tao appeared, merging with him. Lei Guang transformed into thunder, becoming ethereal with no physical form. Lei Guang used his true form, turning from solid to void, bypassing the thunder dragons and attacking the Lunar Earth Treasury. Boom! Thunder erupted from the Lunar Earth Treasury's body, turning him into a thunder figure. The Lunar Earth Treasury screamed in pain as thunder poured out from his body. Lei Guang's attack reached deep into his body, making it hard to defend. The Lunar Earth Treasury took out a pill and swallowed it, chanting through gritted teeth,
"Beast, I won't let you live today."
The pill took effect, and the thunder on his body quickly disappeared, healing most of his injuries. He took out a demon-subduing pestle and pointed it at Lei Guang.
"My Buddha is merciful. If I don't enter hell, who will? Subdue the demon."
Boom! The demon-subduing pestle enlarged, and 108 Buddhas appeared in the sky, each wielding a demon-subduing pestle, smashing down on Lei Guang.
"Beast, prepare to die."
The Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha shouted sternly, and the 108 Buddhas shouted in unison.
"Beast, prepare to die."
2736, 2736. Chapter 2736. The Harder Approach, Forced Conversion. The demon-subduing pestle exploded with immense power, forcibly pushing Lei Guang, who was in an ethereal state, back to reality. However, Lei Guang's true form of the Great Tao was not dispelled. He roared, his power increasing instead of diminishing. Facing the attack of the 108 Buddhas, Lei Guang's body erupted with countless bolts of lightning, which struck the demon-subduing pestle, producing metallic clanging sounds. The valley rumbled and shook, the surrounding mountains quaked, and the entire world seemed to be on the brink of collapse. The battle between two sixth-realm Tao sovereigns was enough to kill any being below the Tao sovereign realm with its shockwaves. In the valley, for first-realm Tao sovereign spirit beasts exerted all their strength to protect the valley. Otherwise, there would have been countless casualties. Lin Moyu instructed the giant sword Tao sovereign,
"Protect the valley."
The giant sword Tao sovereign pointed at the valley, and with 4 loud booms, for giant swords descended from the sky, forming a shield around the valley. The swords embedded into the ground, blocking all the shockwaves and restoring peace to the valley. Seeing this, Lei Guang shouted,
"Thank you."
With the valley protected, he had no more worries and could fight with all his might. His true form of the Great Tao fully erupted, and countless thunderclouds appeared in the sky, covering the land for miles.
Thunderstorm apocalypse.
Countless bolts of lightning fell from the thunderclouds, dense and unrelenting, sparing no corner. The ground shattered, life was extinguished, and doomsday truly arrived. Not only was there visible destruction, but Lin Moyu also heard a roaring sound in his ears, feeling a disconnection from the Great Tao. In the midst of the lightning, The great Tao was severed, greatly weakening his power. The giant sword Tao sovereign raised a giant sword to block the lightning, protecting both himself and Lin Moyu. However, it was clear that the giant sword Tao sovereign was struggling, constantly increasing his power to maintain the giant sword. If they were struggling so much, the Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha was in an even worse situation. The 108 Buddhas were submerged in endless lightning and shattered. Even the demon-subduing pestle couldn't withstand the lightning, shattering on the spot. The Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha's face turned grim. He hadn't expected his curse to be ineffective, nor had he anticipated Lei Guang's combat power to be so formidable. He took out a Buddha bead, chanting a Buddha's name, and the bead emitted a soft light that enveloped him. The light didn't seem bright or strong, but it managed to block the lightning strikes. The Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha muttered,
I didn't expect your strength to reach this level. Fortunately, I came prepared. You are destined to become one with my Buddha today. You cannot escape.
He continued chanting, and countless illusory Buddhas appeared in the 6 halos behind him, creating a cacophony of Buddha's voices. Behind the Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha, a Buddha kingdom appeared, filled with countless Buddhas and believers chanting scriptures. Immense power flowed into the Buddha bead in his hand, making it shine even brighter, with numerous tiny scriptures appearing on it. The scriptures flew out, forming a golden Buddha in the light. The golden Buddha had a solemn appearance, with a third eye on its forehead, a vertical eye with 3 pupils.
Vertical eye with 3 pupils.
Lin Moyu recognized the Buddha, recalling its identity from fragmented memories.
The 3-pupil free Buddha.
In the Buddhist clan, there was once a powerful Buddha who had a third vertical eye in his 3 lifetimes. He later practiced the secret eye techniques of the Buddhist clan, eventually forming the 3 pupils. With the 3 pupils, he became invincible, traveling across the origin continent and deep into the Sea of Realms, attracting countless believers to the Buddhist clan. Eventually, he broke through the limits of the 9-wheel ancient Buddha, becoming the legendary free Buddha. In the Buddhist clan, the 9-wheel ancient Buddha was the limit, equivalent to the 9th realm of Tao sovereign for humans and demons. Breaking through this limit meant becoming a free Buddha, signifying freedom from all constraints.
It seems this Buddha bead was left by the 3-pupil free Buddha.
Lin Moyu grew cautious, holding a deep respect for this legendary Buddha. Seeing the Lunar Earth Treasury's confidence, it was clear that this treasure was extraordinary. He transmitted to Lei Guang,
Be careful, this treasure is very powerful.
Lei Guang responded with a hum, controlling the lightning to strike the light sphere. The light sphere wavered in the lightning, and the 3-pupil Buddha finally fully materialized, with one of its pupils emitting light. The light silently enveloped Lei Guang, causing him to tremble and stop abruptly. For a moment, the lightning ceased, and Lei Guang stood still. His eyes showed a struggle, seemingly fighting against some force. After a few seconds, Buddha's light emerged from his body.
Conversion.
Lin Moyu realized that the Lunar Earth Treasury was using the treasure to forcibly convert Lei Guang. Failing to use the curse, he resorted to forceful conversion. This time, the Lunar Earth Treasury was determined to take Lei Guang. Lei Guang was resisting the conversion force, but Lin Moyu knew that Lei Guang's pure heart might not withstand it. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Pointing at the Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha, the Hell of Bones naturally appeared. The Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha suddenly saw a red light, with magma falling from the sky, and a gate to hell appearing in his sight.
Hell's Gate.
The Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha exclaimed in shock, his expression exaggerated as if witnessing the impossible. Boom! The magma exploded, engulfing the Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha. The light sphere formed by the Buddha bead protected him tightly. Hell's fiends pounced on the light sphere, gnawing at it madly. Hell's fiends devoured everything, even the light sphere formed by the Buddha bead. Due to the difference in realms, they ate slowly, but they could still eat it. The Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha was fully focused on controlling the treasure, intent on converting Lei Guang, with no energy to stop the fiends, watching them gnaw at the light sphere. The hell's I swept over him, causing him to shudder with pain. Even as a six-wheel ancient Buddha, his soul was impacted. The flower of the other shore bloomed, and purple light filled the air, affecting him and reducing his power. The conversion force weakened significantly, and Leguang's resistance strengthened. The six-wheel ancient Buddha glared at Lin Moyu with murderous intent. Lin Moyu sneered, ignoring him. With the hell fragment and a complete third-grade origin spirit vein, the power of the Hell of Bones had greatly increased. Under the fiend's mad gnawing, the light sphere formed by the Buddha bead weakened. Although the process was slow, it wouldn't take long for the light sphere to collapse. Lin Moyu sensed the change in the Buddha bead, and so did Leguang. Seizing the opportunity, Leguang resisted the conversion force and unleashed the thunderstorm apocalypse again. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning fell, striking the light sphere. The lightning focused on one point, leaving most of the space for the fiends. Under their combined efforts, the light sphere twisted and deformed, and finally shattered after a few minutes. 2737 2737. Chapter 2737. Is this enough? The six-wheel ancient Buddha spat out fresh blood, blasted away by the thunder, and the six halos behind him dimmed, on the verge of disappearing. Leguang erased the conversion power and charged forward with a roar. His true form of the great Tao manifested, turning him into nothingness, passing through the body of the six-wheel ancient Buddha. Boundless thunder erupted from the body of the six-wheel ancient Buddha, who screamed incessantly, his flesh flying everywhere. Leguang shuttled back and forth, and in the blink of an eye, the six-wheel ancient Buddha was riddled with holes, his flesh a bloody mess. His entire body emitted a burnt smell, with no intact flesh left. If not for his extremely strong physical body, he would have perished long ago. The six halos dimmed, full of cracks, almost shattered. The Buddha's light nearly disappeared, and his foundation was destroyed. Even if he were saved, he would be half-crippled. The six-wheel ancient Buddha's face was bleak. He had come prepared with full confidence, never expecting to encounter a freak like Lin Moyu. He had calculated that even if the giant sword Tao sovereign intervened, he would not be afraid. The Buddha bead of the three-pupil free Buddha was enough to block the giant sword Tao sovereign's attack. But the appearance of the Hell of Bones was beyond his expectations. The weakening effect of the flower of the other shore and the all-consuming Hell's fiends were like cheating. It was because of Lin Moyu that he was defeated. His gaze was filled with deep resentment as he stared at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled.
You came here to die. You can't blame anyone else.
Leguang looked at him.
Do you have any last words?
The six-wheel ancient Buddha did not speak, only staring at Lin Moyu with venomous eyes. Lin Moyu said,
Kill him. Don't waste time talking.
Leguang was still too simple-hearted. The longer the delay, the more likely something unexpected would happen. When dealing with enemies, it's best to cut the Gordian knot quickly. Especially with enemies like the six-wheel ancient Buddha, it's hard to predict if he has any more tricks up his sleeve. Leguang nodded in response, and thunder gathered, countless bolts falling. The six-wheel ancient Buddha suddenly roared.
Die with me!
The six halos shattered, and the sky was filled with a brilliant red light, containing a powerful and strange force, the power of a curse. The red light blocked the thunder, and a blood-colored giant Buddha appeared. This Buddha had none of the grandeur of Buddha's teachings, but was exceptionally sinister.
If I perish, you won't have a good time either.
With a venomous curse, the blood-colored Buddha exploded, turning into a sea of blood. The sea of blood was boundless, flooding tens of thousands of miles, engulfing the valley. The giant sword Tao sovereign's giant sword trembled in the sea of blood, seemingly unable to withstand its power. Leguang's eyes showed anxiety, as the valley was filled with his brothers and sisters. Lin Moyu said,
You guard the valley. Leave this to me.
Leguang nodded and flew back to the valley, transforming into a sea of thunder to guard it. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the Hell of Bones spread outward from him, with hell's fiends flying out to devour the sea of blood. Magma and the sea of blood collided, creating a tremendous impact. The sea of blood was condensed from the original power of the six-wheel ancient Buddha, far surpassing the hell of bones. The hell's fiends devoured very slowly, and the magma was pushed back by the sea of blood. The giant sword Tao sovereign struck again, waving his hand to send out countless giant swords to destroy the sea of blood. However, the giant swords created by the giant sword Tao sovereign had little effect on the sea of blood. The sea of blood contained some power of the void, greatly weakening the giant sword Tao sovereign's power. With a thought, Zhao Dongsheng appeared beside him. The great Tao of all spirits emerged, and a phantom spirit beast appeared, merging with Zhao Dongsheng. Zhao Dongsheng's body became ethereal, almost turning into mist. Zhao Dongsheng had spent his life studying spirit beasts, dissecting countless of them, and these spirit beasts were merged into his great Tao, allowing him to summon their true forms at any time. Among the various great Taos, Zhao Dongsheng had the most true forms, numbering in the tens of thousands. The mist that Zhao Dongsheng transformed into quickly spread out, looking thin but forming a high wall that firmly blocked the sea of blood. The sea of blood repeatedly surged but could not break through. The hell's fiends continued to devour the sea of blood, slowly but steadily. In this way, as long as there was enough time, the sea of blood would eventually become food for the hell's fiends. Moreover, after devouring the sea of blood, the power of the hell of bones would increase. This was the original power of the six-wheel ancient Buddha, a rare and valuable supplement. In the valley, Lei Guang protected it with thunder, remaining unharmed in the sea of blood. Suddenly, a distortion appeared beside Lin Moyu, and he quickly retreated half a step, moving behind the giant sword Tao sovereign. A red light appeared abruptly, taking the form of the six-wheel ancient Buddha, filled with venomous hatred, rushing towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was behind the giant sword Tao sovereign, but the red light ignored the giant sword Tao sovereign, passing through his body. Before Lin Moyu could react, the red light entered his body. Lin Moyu closed his eyes and remained motionless, while the sea of blood continued to boil. A final battle erupted within Lin Moyu's soul. The six-wheel ancient Buddha appeared in Lin Moyu's soul world, shocked by what he saw. Lin Moyu's soul world was incredibly rich, with countless origin-level spell stars scattered throughout. Among these spell stars, 2 were particularly dazzling true origin spell stars. The six-wheel ancient Buddha was stunned.
Origin spells, and 2 of them, how is this possible?
Then he saw the
infinite fusion.
High above, exuding an incomparably noble aura, even stronger than the origin spell stars.
What kind of spell star is this? And why is it more terrifying than origin spells?
What he saw overturned his understanding. A six-wheel ancient Buddha who had lived for countless years and possessed vast knowledge could not comprehend what he was seeing. Then he saw a towering tree, the largest he had ever seen in his life. The tree bore countless fruits, emitting a tempting fragrance that even he found hard to resist.
What kind of tree is this? Even the dragon god's tree of the dragon clan might not compare. If I could obtain it.
Just as greed arose in his heart, a voice came.
Have you seen enough?
Lin Moyu appeared before him, smiling. Lin Moyu held the scourge staff, showing no fear. Even though the six-wheel ancient Buddha's realm was equivalent to the sixth realm of Tao Sovereign, with an extremely powerful soul, this was Lin Moyu's domain, giving him an absolute advantage. With the scourge staff, he had nothing to fear. If there was any defiance, the scourge staff would teach him a lesson. Moreover, he might not even need to use the scourge staff. The six-wheel ancient Buddha stared at Lin Moyu.
What kind of tree is this?
Lin Moyu smiled faintly.
A dying man doesn't need to know so much.
The six-wheel ancient Buddha then noticed the scourge staff in Lin Moyu's hand.
Is this your treasure? It looks impressive. No matter, soon all of this will belong to me. It will be interesting to possess a human for the first time.
The six-wheel ancient Buddha had no idea he was about to die. To him, Lin Moyu's soul at the first realm of Tao Sovereign was insignificant. He was already thinking about how to possess Lin Moyu. Seeing the greed in his eyes, Lin Moyu knew that words were useless. He casually snapped his fingers. The giant sword Tao Sovereign appeared beside him, and a giant sword descended like the opening of the heavens and earth. 2738, 2378. Chapter 2738. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, the city will be safe. The face of the lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha suddenly changed, quickly trying to dodge. But his soul froze and he couldn't move. The giant sword struck like lightning, slicing across his soul, almost tearing it in half. The lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha let out a scream. His soul weakened by at least 30%. He looked at Lin Moyu in horror, full of disbelief. Lin Moyu said,
You should know, this is my soul world. Although my soul is not as strong as yours, restricting you slightly is not a problem.
The lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha still didn't believe it.
Impossible. No matter how strong your soul world is, it can't restrict this Buddha. How did you do it?
Lin Moyu smiled.
You can think about this question in your next life. No, you might not have a next life, because many people I've killed never get to reincarnate.
The lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha roared and turned into a red light, rushing towards Lin Moyu. This was his last desperate struggle, trying to possess Lin Moyu. His last hope, which he couldn't easily give up. The giant sword Tao Sovereign shouted, and countless giant swords appeared, pouring down like rain. The lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha screamed continuously, hit by several swords, but still not dead. He passed through the rain of swords created by the giant sword Tao Sovereign, his aura dropping to the lowest point, almost collapsing. At this moment, a treasure robe appeared on his body, enveloping his soul in bright light. The injuries he had just suffered quickly healed, and his soul reached its peak state in an instant. The lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha screamed, his speed suddenly increasing, several times faster than before. The giant sword Tao Sovereign once again created a rain of swords, but the lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha, protected by the treasure robe, forcibly broke through the rain of swords. His speed increased again, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Moyu.
Die.
The lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha already had a victorious smile on his face. A cruel smile, thinking that Lin Moyu's soul couldn't withstand his possession. But he saw that Lin Moyu's expression showed no panic, even smiling.
What's going on?
Doubt arose in his heart, and then he saw Lin Moyu raise the staff in his hand and swing it down on him. Instinctively feeling something was wrong, he tried to avoid it, but his soul froze again, unable to move, and he could only watch as the staff fell on him. His consciousness fell into endless darkness, and with all his resentment, the lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha bid farewell to this world. Lin Moyu used the power of his soul world to seal the lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha again. Even if only for 0.1 seconds, it was enough. The scourge staff struck heavily on the soul of the lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha. The treasure robe shattered like tofu, and then his entire soul was annihilated under the scourge staff.
The scourge staff. Nothing can withstand it.
Lin Moyu chuckled softly, not surprised by this result at all. Outside, the sea of blood disappeared, and a broken corpse fell to the ground. The lunar earth treasury ancient Buddha was dead. A dignified six-wheel ancient Buddha died so miserably. He had escaped the cleansing of the Eastern Spirit Empire, made full preparations to subdue Leguang, but due to Lin Moyu's involvement, he died. One could say his luck was really bad. Finally, everything cleared up. The land around the valley was devastated, with tens of thousands of miles of land barren, and several mountains collapsed. Countless creatures had died. When gods fight, mortals suffer. This was the cruel reality. Lin Moyu waved his hand, releasing a large amount of life force to nourish the land, restoring vitality. It wouldn't take long for this land to recover and for life to flourish again. Leguang came to Lin Moyu's side.
Thank you.
Lin Moyu smiled.
It's what friends do.
Lei Guang nodded.
We are friends.
Lin Moyu was about to collect the corpse of the Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha when the space not far away suddenly distorted, and a team of 9 people flew out from the void. Lin Moyu sensed the great Tao of space, realizing that someone used a space gate to teleport this team here. In the origin continent, those who could use the space gate had extremely high levels of power, at least at the 7th realm of Tao Sovereign. The leader of this team was at the 7th realm of Tao Sovereign, and the other 8 were at the 6th realm, very powerful. After appearing, the team flew straight towards Lin Moyu and Lei Guang, stopping only 1,000 meters away. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, sensing the aura of spirit beasts from these people. Realizing they were not humans but spirit beasts, he knew they must be members of the Eastern Spirit Empire. The leader glanced at the corpse of the Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha on the ground, then looked at Lei Guang.
Did you kill him?
Among those present, only Lei Guang could have killed him. Lin Moyu, a mid-level heavenly sovereign, was directly ruled out. Lin Moyu also transmitted to Lei Guang, telling him not to involve himself. Lei Guang transformed into a human form.
I killed him. May I know which team you are from?
The other replied,
I am Sang Shi, captain of the 3rd squad of the 4th team of the Empire, tasked with hunting down the escaped Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha. Which team are you from?
Lei Guang said.
Lei Guang, member of the 1st squad of the 3rd team of the Empire.
Sang Shi nodded, not asking further.
In that case, I will take him back to report. Today's matter will be reported truthfully, and if there is a reward, it will be credited to you.
Lei Guang said.
Thank you, Captain.
Sang Shi ordered his men to collect the corpse, then took out a scale. The scale activated and the group was teleported away, disappearing. After they left, Lei Guang breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness they didn't suspect anything. Brother Lin.
He suddenly noticed something was wrong with Lin Moyu, who seemed dazed.
Brother Lin, what's wrong?
After several calls, Lin Moyu finally came to his senses. Lei Guang asked curiously,
Brother Lin, what happened just now?
Lin Moyu shook his head lightly.
Nothing. You mentioned the 3rd team and the 4th team earlier. What do you mean?
Lei Guang looked around, then used thunder to seal the area again. Lin Moyu also skillfully isolated the space. After everything was done, Lei Guang explained,
We divided into several teams this time to attack various races. The 2nd team attacked the human race, the 3rd team attacked the demon race, the 4th team attacked the Buddhist clan, and the 5th team attacked the insect race.
Lin Moyu asked,
What about the 1st team? And the 100 Herb Alliance?
Lei Guang said,
The 1st team should be attacking the dragon race, led by the Emperor himself. As for the 100 Herb Alliance, no team attacked them. It seems an envoy went to negotiate with them. I don't know how the Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha escaped. His luck was good, but it didn't matter. As long as he was in the Eastern continent, he couldn't escape the hunt. He thought he had escaped and dared to come looking for trouble, but he was destined to die.
Lin Moyu said,
Anyway, your revenge is complete, and you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Lei Guang smiled.
No matter what, I still have to thank you, Brother Lin.
Lin Moyu waved his hand.
No need to be so polite. Now that this matter is settled, I'll head back. While I'm away, please look after Yudao City for me.
Lei Guang patted his chest and promised.
Don't worry, as long as I'm here, the city will be safe.
2739, 2739. Chapter 2739. The Scale of Antares. After flying tens of thousands of miles alone, Lin Moyu returned to his secluded chamber through the origin spirit vein. The human emperor saw Lin Moyu return and wanted to ask about the situation, but Lin Moyu ignored him and went alone. This was the first time the human emperor saw Lin Moyu like this, not knowing what had happened. Lin Moyu sat with his eyes closed, appearing calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. The scale that Captain Sang Shi took out before leaving was a dragon scale. Moreover, Lin Moyu recognized this dragon scale, It was Antares' dragon scale. Lin Moyu was certain he was not mistaken. It was indeed Antares' dragon scale. Although the aura on the dragon scale had changed slightly, he was still 100% sure. After subtly inquiring with Lei Guang, Lin Moyu learned that each squad captain had a dragon scale. This dragon scale was personally refined by the ruler of the Eastern Spirit Empire, allowing the squad to return to their base through the dragon scale.
Antares' dragon scale. How did it appear here? The dragon scale here means Antares is also here. Has Antares escaped and come to the Eastern continent? Or has someone controlled him and used his dragon scale to refine treasures?
Lin Moyu had many speculations. He felt that, with Antares' strength, he should have come here voluntarily. The most likely scenario was that the Eastern Spirit Empire was related to Antares. It was even possible that Antares was the ruler of the Eastern Spirit Empire. But this was just a guess, and whether it was true still needed verification. However, if he thought this way, it made sense that Antares would lead the team to personally deal with the Dragon Clan. Although Antares was a member of the Dragon Clan, he had a grudge against them, so it was reasonable for him to personally take action against them. Moreover, with his current strength, he couldn't even get close to the Eastern Spirit Empire.
Even if I reach the Eastern Spirit Empire and find Antares, it seems I can't help him much. If Antares wants to return to the Dragon Clan, he needs enough strength. I promised him back then that I would become stronger and return to the Dragon Clan with him, but now...
Lin Moyu suddenly opened his eyes, showing determination and seriousness.
I will fulfill my promise. Antares, if you are indeed the one in the Eastern Spirit Empire, wait for me.
Lin Moyu left the secret chamber, looking towards Yudao City. The city was bustling, growing stronger every day. The population was increasing, cultivators were getting stronger, and fortune was greatly improving. Lin Moyu could feel that his own fortune had increased by about 30% since Yudao City was established. His own fortune was already strong, and with an additional 30%, he had far surpassed ordinary people in terms of fortune. Even those from top forces couldn't compare to him. At this rate, even without Xiaowu's help, he could reach the peak of fortune. Lin Moyu took out most of the flesh pieces brought back by Lei Guang. The only pity was that the body of the Lunar Earth Treasury Ancient Buddha was not left behind. However, he did obtain the nearly damaged Buddha bead left by the three-pupil free Buddha. The immortal flames exploded like fireworks, falling on the flesh pieces. Origin-level spell. Resurrection of the dead. Ancient and vast power appeared silently, quickly regenerating flesh and blood on the corpses, and powerful auras emerged. Lei Guang brought back a total of 49 pieces of flesh, with the lowest being at the 4th realm of Dao Sovereign and the highest at the 6th realm. Among them, 30 were at the 4th realm of Dao Sovereign, making up the majority. There were 16 pieces at the 5th realm of Dao Sovereign and only 3 at the 6th realm. Lin Moyu kept 5 pieces each of the 4th and 5th realm flesh, and 1 piece of the 6th realm flesh, using them as materials for corpse explosion and as his weapons. The remaining flesh was all turned into resurrected beings, giving him 25 resurrected beings at the 4th realm of Dao Sovereign, 10 at the 5th realm, and 2 at the 6th realm. Various demon clan members appeared before him, their flesh reborn, and their souls quickly reconstituted. Every time he used Resurrection of the Dead, Lin Moyu felt its wonder. He felt that the existence of this spell was quite unreasonable. How could dead people be restored to their original state? It was simply unreasonable. But Lin Moyu felt that as long as it was useful, it didn't matter if it was reasonable or not. Perhaps existence itself was reasonable. Among the newly resurrected 37 beings, the strongest was the Thunder Light Purple-Striped Tiger. Lei Guang had struggled greatly to kill it, and now that it was resurrected, it was even stronger than when it was alive. If it fought Lei Guang again, the outcome would be uncertain. Besides the Thunder Light Purple-Striped Tiger, there was another 6th Realm Dao Sovereign Demon Clan member, a strong member of the Golden Lion Clan, whose strength was comparable to the Thunder Light Purple-Striped Tiger. The Thunder Light Purple-Striped Tiger was named Lei Fangzheng. The Golden Lion clan member was named Jin Dizong. From their names, it could be inferred that neither was a direct descendant of their clans. In the Demon Clan, there was a peculiar tradition. Any true direct descendant would have a two-character name. Previously encountered Lei Hao was a direct descendant of the Thunderlight Purple-Striped Tiger clan. Whether one was a direct descendant was determined by bloodline, not realm. Even if Lei Hao's realm was lower than Lei Fengxing's, his status in the clan would be higher. The Demon Clan placed great importance on bloodline. Without a strong bloodline, it was difficult to reach the true peak. Lei Fengxing, not being a direct descendant, might be limited to the sixth realm of Dao Sovereign, unable to advance further. Lei Hao, on the other hand, had the potential to reach higher realms in the future, which was the difference between them. Jin Dizong was in a similar situation to Lei Fengxing. Lin Moyu brought these resurrected beings to the human emperor, who questioned them to gather information about the Demon Clan. He also informed the human emperor that he was going out, heading to the nearest major city. Since learning that Antares might be in the Eastern Spirit Empire, Lin Moyu had developed a strong curiosity about it. Coincidentally, he also planned to buy some information from the Lufeng Merchant Guild. There was still too little information about the Eastern continent. Before leaving, Lin Moyu left Lei Fengxing in Yudao City. With a sixth realm Dao sovereign guarding the city, and Lei Guang also helping to watch over it, there shouldn't be any major problems. Lin Moyu took the remaining resurrected beings with him. Under the sunlight, the Origin shuttle flew across the sky at an astonishing speed, heading towards the distant city. Lin Moyu's destination was a major city 1.2 million kilometers away, named Star City, built by the seven-star Holy Land of the southern continent. This city had existed for over 10,000 years, with tight defenses and numerous strong individuals, making it one of the main strongholds of the human race. Lin Moyu believed that the Lufeng Merchant Guild had a branch there. 1.2 million kilometers was not too far, and with the speed of the Origin shuttle, it would take only half a day to reach. The Origin continent was not peaceful, and Lin Moyu didn't know if any accidents would happen along the way. Fortunately, nothing happened this time. Half a day later, the Origin shuttle arrived near Star City. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw Star City. His expression changed slightly, as the Star City before him was different from what he had imagined. 2740. Chapter 2740. The Ruins of Star City. Star City, which should have been prosperous after thousands of years, weathered and full of its unique aura, was now in ruins, mostly destroyed. There was still life in the city with many cultivators present. However, there were no true strong individuals left. The strongest person Lin Moyu saw was just an ordinary first-realm Dao sovereign.
Is this because of the Eastern Spirit Empire?
Lin Moyu pondered as he put away his Origin shuttle and flew into the city. At this time, all the arrays in the city had been destroyed, and any previous rules were now completely abandoned. In the city, many injured cultivators were recuperating, meditating, and healing themselves. People were sitting everywhere, treating their injuries. The entire city was very quiet, with people coming and going, but not much noise. There were many people, yet it was very quiet, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. In the eastern continent, there were many ordinary people, most of whom were brought from the southern continent by cultivators through the rule world. Lin Moyu noticed that these ordinary people seemed uninjured. Low-realm cultivators also had relatively few injuries. On the contrary, the proportion of injured cultivators above the heavenly sovereign realm was very high. Lin Moyu sighed inwardly.
If what Lei Guang said is true, the Eastern Spirit Empire's actions this time targeted only cultivators above the fourth realm of Dao Sovereign. Then cultivators below the fourth realm of Dao Sovereign, as long as they don't court death, won't be in mortal danger. But what I see in Star City doesn't seem to be the case. What went wrong?
As he walked through the ruins of the city, Lin Moyu saw a familiar emblem. It was the emblem of the Lufeng Merchant Guild. The building in front, now collapsed, was once the Lufeng Merchant Guild's building. Although the building had collapsed, people could still pass through, and Lin Moyu saw people coming in and out. Lin Moyu walked over, but was stopped at the entrance. The person who stopped Lin Moyu was a young man with a true god realm, his aura intact, clearly uninjured. He was very polite, first saluting Lin Moyu before saying,
"I'm sorry, Senior. The Merchant Guild was damaged in the recent beast tide and is currently under repair, so transactions are temporarily suspended."
Lin Moyu took out his membership token from the Lu Feng Merchant Guild, but the guild's arrays were damaged and couldn't retrieve his information. However, the golden membership token still indicated Lin Moyu's status as a high-level member. The young man's attitude immediately improved, as becoming a high-level member of the guild was not something ordinary people could achieve. Lin Moyu asked,
"I wasn't in Star City before. Can you tell me what happened? If you need to charge for this information, feel free to name your price."
The Lu Feng Merchant Guild could sell anything, including information. The young man quickly shook his head.
No need, no need. This is common knowledge, and it's my honor that you asked me."
He immediately recounted what had happened in Star City. According to him, a large number of spirit beasts had flooded in, breaking through Star City's arrays and destroying most of the city. Fortunately, there were several powerful Dao sovereigns in Star City who fought the spirit beasts, but the aftermath of the battle caused further damage to the city. The current state of Star City was due to this secondary destruction. Many people in Star City were injured because they were curious and watched the battle, getting caught in the aftermath. Later, the human Dao sovereigns realized they couldn't fight near the city and moved away, with the spirit beasts following them. However, these Dao sovereigns never returned. The young man's realm was too low to understand many things, and his account included many of his own guesses, but it was enough for Lin Moyu. The Eastern Spirit Empire, as Lei Guang had said, did not target cultivators below the fourth realm of Dao Sovereign. The city's destruction could be understood as the Dao Sovereigns trying to defend the city, using arrays to resist the spirit beasts. Unfortunately, the result was not good, and the arrays couldn't hold. The arrays were connected to the city, and when they were broken, parts of Star City collapsed. At that time, only the outer city walls collapsed, and the interior was unaffected. The Dao sovereigns in the city had to fight, and the aftermath of the battle caused secondary damage to Star City, leaving it in its current state. Those cultivators who watched the battle out of curiosity paid the price. Some died, and many were injured, leading to the current situation Lin Moyu saw. Years of efforts by the Seven-Star Holy Land were nearly destroyed. Fortunately, the Seven-Star Holy Land had a deep foundation, and Star City was just one of their many strongholds in the eastern continent. Star City was one of their largest strongholds, but not the only one. Even though it was the largest, it would only take some time to recover. The most important thing was that the origin spirit vein beneath Star City was still intact, which was the true foundation. The Seven-Star Holy Land was vast and wealthy, and the loss of some Fourth Realm Dao sovereigns wouldn't cripple them. Lin Moyu also learned from the young man that the Lu Feng Merchant Guild in Star City had lost contact with other guilds in different cities. The communication arrays were damaged, and they had asked for help, but repairs would take time. No one knew how long it would take. Therefore, the young man couldn't tell Lin Moyu which major city to go to next. After seeing the state of Star City, Lin Moyu guessed that other major cities had also been attacked by the Eastern Spirit Empire. It seemed that any city with Fourth Realm Dao sovereigns couldn't escape the Eastern Spirit Empire's attack. Now he could only hope that other cities' Dao sovereigns wouldn't defend the city like in Star City, leading to complete destruction. Leaving Star City, Lin Moyu once again boarded the Origin shuttle, heading to the nearest major city. The nearest major city to Star City was Luo City, belonging to an old six-star force from the southern continent, the Luo family. The Luo family had a special status in the southern continent. They were within the influence of the ancient Lotus Holy Land, but were independent and not restricted by the ancient Lotus Holy Land. The Luo family had their own origin spirit vein, a 7th grade vein, slightly lower than the ancient Lotus Holy Land's 8th grade vein. Some said that the Luo family was like a country within the ancient Lotus Holy Land, capable of standing on equal footing with them. However, the Luo family publicly declared their allegiance to the ancient Lotus Holy Land. Moreover, Many women from the Luo family joined the ancient Lotus Holy Land as disciples. The relationship between the two forces was very peculiar. Lin Moyu had bought detailed information about the southern continent's forces from the Lu Feng Merchant Guild and had analyzed some results. The relationship between the Luo family and the ancient Lotus Holy Land was very complex, not as competitive as outsiders thought, but rather a relationship of mutual interest. If the Luo family ever grew to a 7-star force, there wouldn't be an internal war. Instead, they might unite against external forces to gain more territory. Luo City's scale was no less than Star City's. What Star City had, Luo City would also have. 2741, 2741. Chapter 2741. Kill him, who dares to speak up? Perhaps because the Eastern Spirit Empire had just taken action. The originally dangerous journey did not encounter any unexpected events. The Origin shuttle smoothly crossed the long distance of 1.5 million kilometers and arrived at Luo City. Lin Moyu's eyes showed some disappointment. The situation in Luo City was not much better than in Star City. The entire city had already been destroyed, with hardly a single intact building. There were also many injured people in the city. Curiosity seemed to be a common trait among humans, and even highly skilled cultivators could not avoid it. The people in the city were already busy, and Lin Moyu didn't want to join the commotion. He found the location of the Lu Feng Merchant Guild from the air and landed directly. The situation of the Lu Feng Merchant Guild was almost identical to that in Star City, with no differences. As for when it would recover, the answer was unknown. Lin Moyu left disappointed and headed to another city, Fengwu City. Fengwu City was one of the cities controlled by the Wu family of Crack Wind Cliff. The Wu family had a powerful presence in the southern continent. Because they were close to the coast and near the eastern continent, they were one of the first families to come to the eastern continent. They established many strongholds in the eastern continent, with Fengwu City being one of them. Having experienced Star City and Luo City, Lin Moyu had little hope for Fengwu City. Sure enough, upon arriving at Fengwu City, Lin Moyu saw a similar situation. The Lu Feng Merchant Guild in the city was also in a paralyzed state.
Each major city generally has strong individuals above the fourth realm of Dao sovereign guarding it. Once the Eastern Spirit Empire takes action, it's likely that no major city will be spared. In that case, there's no need to visit other cities deliberately, as the situation won't be much different.
After some thought, Lin Moyu decided to go to a city established by the Lu Feng Merchant Guild itself in the eastern continent, Shang City. All major forces had established cities in the eastern continent, and as one of the top forces, the Lu Feng Merchant Guild naturally had its own city. Their city was called Shang City, located near the central part of the eastern continent. Deep within it, unlike Lin Moyu's current location, which was still on the eastern side of the eastern continent, near the boundary sea. Shang City was 40 million kilometers away from Fengwu City, and even with the speed of the Origin shuttle, it would take over 20 days to reach. Without the Origin shuttle, it would take Lin Moyu at least 50 days to fly there. The Origin shuttle was not only fast but, most importantly, safe. When flying, it was wrapped in the power of belief, making the Origin shuttle's movements very small and not easily detectable. Without a suitable flying treasure, generally, no one would traverse such a long distance in the eastern continent. Even Dao sovereigns would have to think twice, as they might encounter a powerful spirit beast halfway and die prematurely. Lin Moyu chose his route based on the map he had, and he would pass through 4 major cities along the way to check their situations. He also had to avoid some dangerous areas. When he bought the map from the Lu Feng Merchant Guild, it already marked some dangerous zones. Some dangers came from spirit beasts, while others were naturally formed. Thus, the entire journey would be extended to 30 days, adding 10 more days for safety. The Origin shuttle started again, heading towards the target. Lin Moyu leisurely brewed tea in the Origin shuttle, watching the beautiful scenery pass by on both sides. He multitasked, simultaneously comprehending arrays and runes. Lin Moyu could now easily integrate runes into arrays, but he still couldn't make runes form arrays independently. The runes integrated into the arrays were still in a scattered state. However, he felt he had touched this bottleneck, and perhaps with one opportunity he could break through. Many times, cultivation couldn't just be about moving forward. It also required calming down and taking it slowly. When the lunar origin appeared, it was his cultivation time. Without the support of the 7th grade spirit vein's origin power, his cultivation speed slowed significantly. After flying for a day, a gust of wind came, and the originally fast-flying origin shuttle suddenly slowed down. Lin Moyu frowned and woke up from his cultivation. Under the light of the lunar origin, Lin Moyu saw 2 people standing ahead.
They're from the Wu family.
Seeing their attire, he recognized their identity. Their clothes bore the mark of the Wu family. Both were Dao sovereigns, but their realms were not high, one at the 1st realm and the other at the 2nd realm of Dao sovereign. In this attack by the Eastern Spirit Empire, they were not among the targets. Lin Moyu used the Divine Light Wood and donned a red scarf, leaving the origin shuttle. The Divine Light would concealed part of Lin Moyu's information, but it was still roughly discernible that he was a heavenly sovereign. Because of the red scarf, they did not discover Lin Moyu's identity as the son of Tai Yin. Lin Moyu looked at the two
seniors. Instead of repairing the city in Fengwu City, why are you blocking my way here? Do you have any instructions?
Lin Moyu remained calm, his tone neither humble nor arrogant, making the 2 feel as if they were being looked down upon. Seeing such an attitude, the 2 were unsure of Lin Moyu's background. The 2nd realm Dao sovereign of the Wu family said loudly,
I am Wu Daoqi, a Dao sovereign of the Wu family of Crackwind Cliff. Today, I stopped you to borrow something from you.
Lin Moyu asked.
With your status, what could you possibly want from me?
Wu Daoqi glanced at the origin shuttle beside Lin Moyu.
This thing.
Lin Moyu frowned. The origin shuttle was precious but not overly so. Was it worth it for a Dao sovereign of the Wu family? Wu Daoqi said,
Fengwu City suffered heavy losses in the recent beast tide and needs help from other cities. But we lack flying treasures. Can you lend me your origin shuttle?
Without thinking, Lin Moyu shook his head.
I'm sorry, but the origin shuttle is of great use to me. With my low realm, I wouldn't get far in the eastern continent without it. Besides, with your strength as a Dao sovereign, your speed shouldn't be much slower than the origin shuttle.
Wu Daoqi's expression turned unfriendly.
I'm not here to waste words with you. Just tell me, will you lend it or not? I can pay you some origin crystals as a loan fee, and in the future, the origin shuttle will naturally be returned to you. Our Wu family wouldn't stoop to robbing a mere heavenly sovereign like you.
Lin Moyu preferred to think the worst of people and didn't believe Wu Daoqi's words at all. He was more inclined to believe that once the origin shuttle fell into their hands, it would never return. Lin Moyu cautiously put away the origin shuttle, fearing they might destroy it out of spite if they couldn't get it. Wu Daoqi's face turned even uglier. Lin Moyu said,
The origin shuttle is my lifeline, and I can't lend it out. Please find another way.
Wu Daoqi's voice turned low.
Think again. I'll give you one more chance.
Lin Moyu said,
If I still refuse, will you take action against me?
Wu Daoqi said coldly,
Yes, and so what? I've tried to reason with you, but if you insist on being stubborn, you'll have to suffer.
Suffering probably meant being beaten half to death, which was no different from outright robbery. Lin Moyu said softly,
Senior, think carefully. Are you really prepared to rob me?
At this moment, the Dao sovereign beside Wu Daoqi finally spoke.
Big brother, why waste words with him? Just take it. A mere heavenly sovereign, what can he do? Kill him, and who dares to speak up?
2742, 2742. Chapter 2742. Weak fortune can be fatal. His words were extremely harsh, but not entirely without reason. A mere heavenly sovereign, if killed, indeed no one would know. In the vast land of the eastern continent, who knows how many heavenly sovereigns die every day? Certainly more than one. Lin Moyu's mind flashed with information about the Wu family of Crack Windcliff. He suddenly realized that the Wu family initially rose to power through robbery. In the beginning, Crack Windcliff was essentially a bandit nest, and much of the Wu family's secret techniques and wealth were stolen. After discovering a disaster vein within Crack Windcliff, the Wu family, through generations, finally became a top force. However, their penchant for robbery was deeply ingrained in their souls, unchanged even after many generations. From the start, Lin Moyu never believed they wanted to borrow the Origin shuttle. They were likely just coveting it. Initially, Lin Moyu only wanted to refuse, but now he had murderous intent. Lin Moyu's tone turned cold, and killing intent began to rise.
Yes, just 2 Dao sovereigns. Killing you, no one will know. You should be grateful to have survived the Eastern Spirit Empire's attack, not come here to seek death.
Lin Moyu's words left the two slightly stunned. They didn't know about the Eastern Spirit Empire, nor did they know about the recent actions, thinking they had just encountered a beast tide. As Lin Moyu finished speaking, the space beside him distorted, and the giant sword Dao Sovereign appeared next to him. The aura of a 6th realm Dao Sovereign surged into the sky, and the overwhelming pressure made the two men's faces change drastically. Before they could speak, Lin Moyu had already ordered,
"Kill them!"
The giant sword Dao Sovereign wasted no words. His fingers turned into a sword, and the power of the great Dao spread, forming a giant sword that slashed down on the two.
"Spare us, Senior!"
The two shouted in unison, but it was too late. Under the pressure of the 6th realm Dao Sovereign's great Dao, their bodies were sliced like tofu, completely obliterated by the sword energy, leaving no blood rain, only a few pieces of flesh falling to the ground.
Lin Moyu sighed.
Why seek death when you could live as Dao sovereigns?
He waved out a large amount of undead flames, enveloping the ground. The two who had just died were revived in the flames, crawling back to Lin Moyu. The two were brothers, the elder at the 2nd realm of Dao Sovereign named Wu Daoqi. The younger at the 1st realm of Dao Sovereign was named Wu Daoshan. Both were collateral members of the Wu family, and although they had reached the Dao Sovereign realm, their status was ordinary, and the resources they received were not much. After becoming Dao Sovereigns, their potential was deemed insufficient, and they were sent to the Eastern continent. After questioning, Lin Moyu learned that they were indeed after his Origin shuttle. The value of the Origin shuttle was very high, especially for Dao Sovereigns. Not only because of its unique flying method and high safety, but also due to its rarity. Since the destruction of the Heavenly Sword sect, the number of Origin shuttles in existence has only decreased, becoming increasingly rare. If Lin Moyu didn't agree to lend it, they would indeed kill him to seize it. The Wu family had a secret technique that could extract most of the items from the rule world after killing someone. This secret technique had earned the Wu family a lot of wealth in its early days. Without this secret technique, the Wu family's development would have been much slower, possibly by thousands of years. In thousands of years, anything could happen, and the Wu family might not even exist today. Lin Moyu threw the two into the rule world, leaving them for the human emperor to gather information. Unfortunately, the teleportation array in the rule world could only send living beings out directly to Yudao City. Revived beings and the undead army couldn't use the teleportation array to reach Yudao City. To send them there, Lin Moyu would have to do it himself. Now that Lin Moyu was not near Yudao City, it was impossible. After this small episode, the Origin shuttle resumed its journey, following the predetermined route. Lin Moyu put away the red scarf and the divine light wood, and the Tai-In symbol on his forehead remained bright. In that short time, the power of the red scarf had been consumed by 1/10. At this rate, it could be used 9 more times.
Unfortunately, I still can't set up that array. I'll have to use it sparingly. If I could find a few more treasures like the red scarf, that would be great. When I reach Shang City, I'll definitely look for some. With my fortune, it's not impossible.
Suddenly, Lin Moyu paused, thinking of a possibility. The Wu family, after all, was a large family. Logically, after so many generations, they shouldn't need to resort to robbery. Wu Daoqi and his brother seemed to be robbing for the origin shuttle, but it felt inexplicable. Lin Moyu suddenly realized a key factor: fortune. The Eastern Spirit Empire's actions this time were likely for fortune, killing Dao sovereigns above the fourth realm to seize their fortune. If this were true, then the Dao sovereigns in Wu City were killed, and their fortune was seized. The fortune taken wasn't just the Dao sovereign's own, but also the fortune suppressed by the origin spirit vein for many years. This meant that Wu Daoqi and his brother's fortune had also been invisibly seized, reducing their fortune to a very low level, leading to their current situation. Lin Moyu had seen the effects of extremely low fortune. When Xiaowu cursed someone, forcibly lowering their fortune, everything they did would fail, and every choice would be wrong, even affecting their thinking. Perhaps it was this low fortune that led them to make the wrong decision to rob Lin Moyu's origin shuttle. Extremely low fortune made them choose a path leading to their demise. Lin Moyu increasingly felt the mysterious nature of fortune. No wonder it was something all major forces fought over. His identity as the son of Tai Yin wasn't that important. What truly mattered was the fortune that came with it. Lin Moyu sorted out his thoughts, seeing his path more clearly. Looking back, he realized that every step he had taken was correct. Finding the origin spirit vein, establishing a force, and enhancing his fortune. Because of his strong fortune, he became the son of Tai Yin. Because he became the son of Tai Yin, his fortune grew even stronger. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. As long as he maintained this, perhaps one day, a fortuitous encounter would elevate his realm and lead to a breakthrough. Just like encountering the Hell Fragment this time, it might also be related to fortune.
If only I could observe fortune directly like Xiaowu.
Lin Moyu sighed, collecting his thoughts and resuming his cultivation. The origin shuttle, wrapped in the power of belief, silently crossed the sky, flying towards the distance. The journey became quiet, with the sun and lunar origins alternating. 7 days later, Lin Moyu arrived at a large city. This city, named Shening City, had also suffered a great disaster, but its situation was slightly better than the previous cities. The Lu Feng merchant guild in this city was not destroyed, but its arrays had lost contact with those in other cities, making it an isolated island. Transactions couldn't be conducted, so although it wasn't damaged, it was paralyzed. 2743. Chapter 2743. The intact Shang City. The origin shuttle followed Lin Moyu's route, avoiding dangerous areas and passing through several major cities along the way. These major cities were all similarly attacked without exception, and were basically destroyed. The Dao Sovereign Realm experts left were only a few, and without exception all those above the fourth realm were killed. In the eastern continent, facing the Eastern Spirit Empire, escape was impossible. However, information about the Eastern Spirit Empire had hardly spread out, and everyone thought it was a beast tide. Those powerful Dao sovereigns who disappeared were believed to have led the beast tide away to protect the majority. Almost no one truly knew about the Eastern Spirit Empire. Logically, no matter how tightly information was controlled, it couldn't be sealed to this extent. Both humans and demons have curiosity, and curiosity leads to exploration. But now, everyone believed it was a beast tide, which was very strange. It seemed as if an invisible and powerful force had changed everyone's thoughts. Lin Moyu was slightly horrified in his heart, wondering what level of power could invisibly change everyone's thoughts. What was the real reason the Eastern Spirit Empire, as a hidden force, could remain hidden for so many years? This question puzzled Lin Moyu. The days of cultivation passed quickly, and after more than 30 days, the origin shuttle finally arrived at Shang City. The journey of 40 million kilometers, apart from the initial incident with the Wu family, was relatively smooth. Could only be said that the map from the Lu Feng Merchant Guild was too accurate, allowing him to avoid all dangers. Otherwise, encountering a sixth realm Dao sovereign spirit beast would have been troublesome. A huge city appeared ahead, and Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly.
It's actually intact.
The cities he encountered along the way were all left in ruins, but as the main base of the Lufeng Merchant Guild in the Eastern Continent, Shang City was surprisingly unscathed. The arrays were still functioning normally, and the entire city appeared orderly. Shang City's scale was not smaller than other major cities, and it was impossible for it not to have high-realm Dao sovereigns guarding it. Otherwise, how could the Lufeng Merchant Guild rank among the top forces? In Lin Moyu's view, the Lufeng Merchant Guild was no less powerful than any force in the southern continent. Activating the Eye of the Undead, he saw numerous soul flames. There were many Dao sovereigns in Shang City, but none above the fourth realm. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised.
So many third realm Dao sovereigns, but not a single fourth realm one. How is that possible? And one fourth realm Dao sovereign wouldn't be enough. At least a sixth realm Dao sovereign is needed. Could it be that the Lufeng Merchant Guild received some information and had the high realm Dao sovereigns leave early?
Lin Moyu thought of a possibility. The Lufeng Merchant Guild should know about the existence of the Eastern Spirit Empire. They were well informed and might have known about the Eastern Spirit Empire's impending action, so they left early. In any case, Shang City being intact was good news for Lin Moyu, making the long journey worthwhile. Putting away the Origin shuttle, he entered Shang City through the main gate. Shang City had only two entrances, one from the east and one from the west, with no other routes. At the east gate, many people were entering Shang City, and Lin Moyu followed the crowd into the city. As he entered the city, an array suddenly lit up. Immediately, a soft and pleasant voice sounded in Lin Moyu's ear.
Honored guest, welcome to Shang City. I am Lu Lian, the manager of Shang City. How can I assist you? If you need anything, you can contact me directly through the guild's membership token.
When Lin Moyu heard the voice, he looked around. He noticed that others around him showed no reaction, many still chatting with their friends, clearly not hearing Lu Lian's voice. Lin Moyu took out his Lufeng Merchant Guild membership token and saw it glowing faintly. He realized that his status as a high-level member gave him this privilege. The membership token emitted a peculiar power, connecting with the city's array. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and he communicated with the token.
Please introduce Shang City to me. Certainly, sir. Shang City was established 830,000 years ago. It is one of the oldest cities in the Eastern Continent, and the only one that has remained intact and unchanged for 830,000 years. Shang City is divided into 4 areas. The first area is reserved for our guild and is currently not open to the public. The second area is the trading area. Shang City is a commercial city where fair and just transactions can be conducted. Besides our Lufeng Merchant Guild, several other guilds also have branches here. There is also a free trading market in the trading area where all cultivators can trade freely. You might find some unique items there. However, the quality of items in the free trading market varies, and you might buy low-quality items at high prices or find high-quality treasures at low prices. The third area is where various forces have their bases. Shang City provides them with corresponding land and origin spirit veins. Currently, most 5-star and above forces from the southern continent have bases here. If you wish to establish a base, you can apply, and we will select a suitable location for you. The fourth area is for leisure and entertainment, with food, drinks, and various amusements. You can explore it at your leisure. Since this is your first visit to Shang City, I must remind you that besides humans, you will encounter other races here, so don't be surprised. Shang City has strict rules, and no one is allowed to use force inside. You don't need to worry about safety.
After hearing the introduction, Lin Moyu had a clear understanding of Shang City. With 830,000 years of history, Shang City had developed a highly comprehensive system. Moreover, Lu Lian gave Lin Moyu a familiar feeling. He sensed that Lu Lian was not a real person but a technological artifact like the human emperor, used to manage the entire city. Lin Moyu asked,
Lu Lian, are you a technological artifact?
Lu Lian replied directly,
Yes, my main body is a technological artifact, but I have developed a spirit. I am the artifact spirit of this technological artifact, not an ordinary one. If you prefer to trade with a human, I can arrange that for you.
Lin Moyu smiled.
Don't worry, I find communicating with you very pleasant. In my force, we also have a technological artifact managing everything, and we trust it very much.
A pleasant laugh sounded in his ear, Lu Lian's laugh, clearly pleased by Lin Moyu's words. Lu Lian said,
If you need anything else, feel free to ask.
Lin Moyu said,
I want to buy some items and ask you some questions.
Lu Lian immediately said,
I will arrange a trading room for you. Would you prefer to trade with me or with a human?
Without hesitation, Lin Moyu chose to trade with Lu Lian. 2744 2744. Chapter 2744. I've made a fortune. Spending it won't harm my luck. In the mall, one can often see many independent and exquisite houses. Most of these houses are empty and uninhabited. After Lu Lian's explanation, Lin Moyu learned that these houses were trading rooms reserved by the Lu Feng Merchant Guild. Besides a massive trading center, many transactions were completed in these trading rooms. This setup protected the privacy of some individuals. Some people disliked entering the trading center and being surrounded by many onlookers. Others simply disliked crowded places and were referred to as recluses. Lin Moyu didn't mind and let Lu Lian handle the arrangements. Soon, Lu Lian arranged a trading room, a small house with a courtyard that exuded tranquility. Upon entering the courtyard, an array silently activated, isolating the area from the outside world. Lin Moyu observed the courtyard. A small pond with water emitting a light mist, an ancient tree shading the courtyard, and a tea table with tea already prepared, its fragrance gently wafting. Everything in the courtyard, from the pond to the tea table and tea set, was a magical artifact. The courtyard's decoration was simple yet exquisite. Just the scent of the tea and the sound of the water could make one feel at ease. The person who designed this courtyard must have been a serene individual. A soft light flickered, projecting the image of a graceful young woman. Lu Lian's power interfered with reality, directly condensing a physical form using the power of the Great Tao. She was beautiful, and her clothes, adorned with lotus flowers, were also a manifestation. Lu Lian bowed slightly to Lin Moyu.
Sir, are you satisfied with this trading room?
Lin Moyu smiled.
Very nice. If I'm not mistaken, this courtyard should be designed by Miss Lu.
Lu Lian gracefully walked to the tea table and personally poured tea for Lin Moyu.
Sir has a keen eye.
Lin Moyu sat down and slowly sipped the tea.
I'll get straight to the point. I need to buy quite a few things this time. Please go ahead, sir.
Lin Moyu extended a finger.
First, I want to purchase all available information on the Eastern Continent, Western Continent, and Northern Continent. I mean all information, including forces, geography, and the distribution of spirit beasts. The more detailed, the better.
Lu Lian's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Moyu.
We have the information, but the price.
Lin Moyu laughed.
I recently had some fortuitous encounters and made a fortune. I think I should spend some of it, or it might harm my luck.
Lu Lian smiled beautifully.
Sir's words seem to make some sense.
Lin Moyu laughed.
Calculate the price for me.
Lu Lian said.
All right, let me calculate. Please wait a moment, sir.
Lu Lian, a technological artifact spirit, was more lively than other artifact spirits, almost like the human emperor. The human emperor had human souls residing within the artifact, giving it such wisdom. Lu Lian, on the other hand, had evolved over countless years, constantly learning and interacting with people, becoming what she was now. Her wisdom surpassed that of most people. Lin Moyu drank his tea, waiting quietly. He knew that his request required a vast amount of information. Even if he obtained the information, it would take a long time to absorb and digest it. After about 2 minutes, Lu Lian finished calculating.
I have divided the information you requested into 3 levels. The most basic information costs 200,000 third-grade origin crystals. Intermediate information costs 200,000 third-grade premium origin crystals. Advanced information costs 2 million third-grade premium origin crystals. This price is already discounted for you.
Lu Lian projected a screen, detailing the differences between the three levels of information. Each set of information had its distinctions. The basic information provided general introductions, while the intermediate information was more detailed, covering internal relationships of some forces. The advanced information, customized to Lin Moyu's requirements, was the most comprehensive, including detailed introductions of various forces and historical events. The advanced information was like an encyclopedia, almost fully summarizing the situations of the major continents. However, the price of 2 million third-grade premium origin crystals was enough to scare many people to death. Even a 6-star force like the Lei family might not be able to come up with so many origin crystals. Lu Lian feared that Lin Moyu wouldn't be able to afford it, so she divided the information into levels for him to choose from. While Lin Moyu reviewed the information, Lu Lian explained,
"It's the first time I've encountered someone like you buying information on all continents. In the history of our guild, no one has ever purchased information like this. Actually, the basic information is already sufficient."
Lin Moyu understood Lu Lian's intention and smiled.
"I said I recently made a fortune and need to spend it to avoid harming my luck. I'll take the most advanced information."
With that, Lin Moyu waved his hand, and a pile of origin crystals appeared beside him. A total of 200 7th-grade premium origin crystals, piled together, emanating pure and powerful origin energy. Lu Lian's eyes sparkled slightly.
"Sir's fortune is indeed astonishing."
Lin Moyu laughed.
"It is indeed astonishing, so I won't feel at ease until I spend it."
Lu Lian was straightforward, gathering a large amount of information and activating an array to send over a pure white pearl. The pearl was large, about the size of a fist, and its hazy glow gave a sense of weight. Lu Lian held the pearl.
"Sir should know the rules."
Lin Moyu smiled.
"I understand."
He immediately made a soul oath, ensuring that the information obtained today would not be leaked to the outside world. The transaction was completed happily, with Lin Moyu receiving the pearl, which he then sent to the human emperor for absorption and organization. The information was vast, and even the human emperor would need considerable time to organize and analyze it. Moreover, some information was outdated and needed to be compared with the current situation. It couldn't be blindly trusted. The information's main role was to provide basic data for various analyses. Lu Lian collected the origin crystals.
"Does Sir need to purchase anything else?"
Lin Moyu laughed.
"How do you know I still want to buy more?"
Lu Lian said.
"I think Sir's fortune hasn't been fully spent yet."
Lin Moyu laughed.
"Indeed, it hasn't been fully spent. Let's continue. I'll list what I need, and you see what you can find."
Lu Lian said.
"Please go ahead, sir. I'll search for you."
Lin Moyu listed his needs, starting with technological artifacts for the human emperor. On the Jufeng warship, Lin Moyu had bought a technological artifact, giving the human emperor a foothold in the origin continent. Now, Lin Moyu wanted to buy more technological artifacts to enhance the human emperor's power. With Yudao City's expanding scope and the increasing strength of cultivators in the city, the human emperor also needed to enhance its power for better management. Next, Lin Moyu listed many other needs, all of which were high-priced and extremely rare treasures. 2745, 2745. Chapter 2745. The world is full of unexpected events. Lin Moyu listed the items he needed: the Great Tao Undying Pill, the Life and Death Origin Grass, Time Sand, and Space Crystals. Each of these items was incredibly precious and almost priceless. The Great Tao Undying Pill was a 7th Realm Tao Sovereign Elixir. The Life and Death Origin Grass was also a 7th Realm Tao Sovereign Treasure. Time Sand was an 8th Realm Tao Sovereign Treasure, and only the Space Crystals were slightly less precious, reaching the 6th Realm of Tao Sovereign. Normally, these items would appear in auction houses and would rarely be available for direct purchase. The Lu Feng Merchant Guild would not usually advertise them. Lu Lien showed a hint of difficulty.
Sir, the items you want are all of very high level.
Lin Moyu smiled.
Indeed, they are not low-level items. However, I believe the Lu Feng Merchant Guild can obtain them.
Lu Lien thought for a moment.
In a few days, we will hold an auction. How about we?
Before she could finish, Lin Moyu shook his head and refused.
I don't like competing with others. I want to buy directly. You name the price, and I'll see if I can accept it. I've made a significant fortune recently, so you can feel free to set the price. Moreover, these items, including the previous information, are not all of our transactions.
Lin Moyu indeed had made a huge fortune, brought by the
Infinite Fusion.
He still had 2000 7th grade premium origin crystals on him. Saying he was as wealthy as a nation would be an understatement. Lu Lien said,
To be honest, I don't have the authority to decide on items above the 6th realm of Dao Sovereign. Among the items you want, I can only make decisions about the space crystals. For the others, how about I contact the guild's elder and have him conduct the transaction with you?
Lin Moyu smiled.
That works.
Lu Lien contacted the guild's elder. Lin Moyu wasn't very familiar with the internal structure of the Lu Feng Merchant Guild, but he had dealt with the third elder before. At that time, he had bought 2 Great Dao Undying Pills from the third elder. He had known the Great Dao Undying Pill was precious, but now he realized it far exceeded his imagination. Back then, he had bought each pill for 80,000 third-grade premium origin crystals, which now seemed not expensive at all. Lu Lien quickly got a response, her eyes sparkling.
The elder said he can conduct the transaction with you in person. Please follow me.
Lin Moyu stood up slowly.
Lead the way, Miss Lien.
Lu Lien led Lin Moyu towards the southeastern part of the city. The southeastern area of the city was the private area of the Lu Feng Merchant Guild, usually off-limits to outsiders. However, with Lu Lien leading the way, they had no obstacles. There were few people in this area, and those they encountered wore the guild's attire. Lin Moyu could tell that these people were quite talented, all of them geniuses. This showed the impressive foundation of the Lu Feng Merchant Guild. Lin Moyu even had the illusion that the guild's base in the eastern continent was its true headquarters, while the branches in the southern continent were just outposts. The people they passed recognized Lu Lien but were curious about Lin Moyu. It was clear that outsiders rarely entered this area. However, no one questioned them, as Lu Lien's presence implied important business. Moreover, Lu Lien held a high status in the guild, managing the entire city, making her the de facto chief manager. Many guild members greeted her respectfully. Lin Moyu smiled.
It seems the guild members respect you a lot, Miss Lien.
Lu Lien smiled.
As the chief manager here, I handle many affairs, so they naturally show some respect.
She led Lin Moyu to a courtyard and stopped. Lu Lien activated an array, and the gate opened automatically, allowing them to enter. There were no arrays inside the courtyard, indicating the owner's confidence in their strength, not needing array protection. Lin Moyu sensed a powerful aura far exceeding the third realm of Dao Sovereign. Before entering the city, Lin Moyu had used the Eye of the Undead and saw no Dao Sovereigns above the third realm. He had thought the guild's Dao Sovereigns had left after receiving a warning, but it turned out not to be the case. Lu Lien led Lin Moyu through the courtyard, and the scene suddenly changed, with space-time distorting. Lin Moyu realized they had entered another dimension. The space was filled with origin power, forming an independent world, almost completely isolated from the outside. However, seeing Lu Lien still present, Lin Moyu knew there must be a way to connect with the outside world. Otherwise, Lu Lien wouldn't be here. In this space, Lin Moyu sensed a powerful aura.
It seems that Spirit Beast isn't omnipotent. There will always be some who slip through the cracks. If the Lu Feng Merchant Guild can do this, other forces should be able to as well. But why were other cities completely destroyed?
Puzzled, Lin Moyu reached the deepest part of the space. The space wasn't large, only about a kilometer in diameter. At the deepest part of the space, there was another small courtyard. Lin Moyu knew this courtyard was inhabited, while the outer courtyard was just a decoy or a positioning coordinate. In the courtyard sat a dignified middle-aged man. Lin Moyu was stunned and blurted out,
"Third elder?"
The man in the courtyard was indeed the third elder of the Lu family. The third elder smiled warmly at Lin Moyu.
"Lin, my young friend, long time no see."
Lin Moyu respectfully greeted him.
"Greetings, third elder."
The third elder waved his hand.
"No need for such formalities, be at ease."
Lin Moyu said,
"I didn't expect to meet you here, third elder."
The third elder smiled.
"The world is full of unexpected events. Our meeting here is a kind of fate. I heard from Lu Lian that you want to buy some rare treasures?"
Lin Moyu nodded.
"Yes."
The third elder said,
"Come, sit down. No need to rush, let's talk slowly."
Lin Moyu walked to the table and sat down, while Lu Lian prepared tea for the two. Lin Moyu reiterated his needs, and the third elder smiled.
"Let's discuss each item one by one. First, the technological artifacts. As you know, technological artifacts are rare. Can you tell me why you need them?"
Lin Moyu said,
"I have a friend, a human, who, due to an accident, fused with a technological artifact. He also refined his talent into an independent and unique entity. My question is there a way to restore my friend to his human form? And the entity he refined, which has evolved over the years and now has independent thoughts like a real being, can it also become a real living being?"
Previously, Lin Moyu had bought information on technological artifacts from Lu Yuan but didn't find an answer. Now, with the profound third elder present, Lin Moyu raised his question again. 2746, 2746. Chapter 2746. The Rebirth Route, Origin Ancestral Land. The third ancestor gave Lin Moyu a mysterious feeling. Previously, he had only seen a shadow through the array, and the feeling wasn't deep. But now, seeing the real person, he felt something entirely different. Lin Moyu sensed an ancient and profound aura from the third ancestor. Even when facing the Thunder Taoist, he didn't have this feeling. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that the third ancestor of the Lu family was older than the Thunder Taoist. However, given such a long lifespan, the third ancestor should normally be in a self-sealed state. But he clearly wasn't, which was peculiar. Perhaps he had some secret method to maintain this state, but for Lin Moyu, these were secondary concerns. The longer one lives, the more one knows. Lin Moyu only wanted answers from him. The third ancestor leisurely sipped tea, cup after cup, seemingly deep in thought. Lu Lian didn't disturb him, just kept refilling his tea. After a while, the third ancestor suddenly spoke.
"Xiao Lian, I remember there's a treasure called the Rebirth Route, right?"
Lu Lian replied,
"Yes, the Rebirth Route is a supreme treasure of the ninth realm. Its function is to allow a soul to parasitize it, using the soul as a foundation to re-evolve into a living being. No matter the race, the Rebirth Route can evolve into the corresponding race based on the soul, with no difference from the original."
The third ancestor said,
"Your problem can be solved with the Rebirth Route."
Lin Moyu's eyes brightened. The problem that had troubled him for so long could be solved so easily. Indeed, living long means knowing more. Lin Moyu asked,
"Does the Merchant Guild have it for sale?"
Lu Lian shook her head.
"We obtained a Rebirth Route 400,000 years ago, but we haven't acquired one since. That Rebirth Route has already been used."
Lin Moyu showed a hint of disappointment. Even the Lu Feng Merchant Guild couldn't obtain such a treasure, making it extremely difficult for him to acquire it. The third ancestor laughed.
"Even if there were a Rebirth Route, you couldn't afford it."
Lin Moyu's eyes flickered, seemingly not believing it. He was confident in his wealth. If it wasn't enough, he could continue to fuse and get as much as needed. As long as there was a price, he didn't believe he couldn't afford it. The third ancestor laughed.
"There are many treasures of the ninth realm. But the rebirth route is expensive because of the words innate supreme treasure. You need to understand what innate means. It's a treasure nurtured by the great Tao, born of heaven and earth. Shaolin, check how much that rebirth route sold for back then.
Lu Lian immediately provided the price.
A top-tier 9th grade origin spirit vein. If converted to origin crystals, it would be 100,000 8th grade premium origin crystals, or 10,000 8th grade world-class origin crystals, or 10 9th grade world-class origin crystals, or 10 8th grade supreme origin crystals.
Lu Lian listed a series of prices, leaving Lin Moyu astonished. A top-tier 9th grade origin spirit vein couldn't even be traded. As far as he knew, even the Holy Lands in the southern continent had only 8th grade origin spirit veins, and they were striving for their veins to upgrade. Someone actually traded a 9th grade origin spirit vein for a rebirth root. The rebirth root's function was merely to resurrect a person. Was it really worth that much? As for other items of equivalent value, Lin Moyu realized he truly couldn't produce them. He once thought he was wealthy, but now he saw he was still a pauper. He had thought his wealth could compare with top forces, but now he saw he was truly a frog in a well too narrow-minded. The wealth of the Lu Feng Merchant Guild far exceeded his imagination. By extension, the wealth of top forces also far exceeded his imagination. The third ancestor looked at Lin Moyu's expression and suddenly laughed heartily.
Your expression is really amusing.
Lin Moyu's mouth twitched slightly. This senior seemed to have some peculiar hobbies. Lu Lian explained.
Back then, the rebirth route was consigned to us for sale, and we didn't charge the consignor any fees.
The Lu Feng Merchant Guild actually sold items for free, which made Lin Moyu feel even stranger. The third ancestor stopped laughing.
Don't be surprised. The identities of both the buyer and seller were extraordinary. There are things you don't know, and I can't tell you.
Lin Moyu took a deep breath.
Then, Senior, can you tell me how to obtain a rebirth root?
The third ancestor glanced at Lu Lian, signaling her to answer. Lu Lian said,
This question has a fee, and it's very expensive. It costs 100,000 third-grade premium origin crystals.
Such an expensive question exceeded Lin Moyu's expectations. It seemed the answer to this question wasn't simple. Lu Lian continued,
Don't think it's expensive. If you weren't a high-level member, you wouldn't even qualify to buy it.
Lin Moyu took out 10 7th-grade premium origin crystals and directly bought the answer. At this point, he couldn't give up over such a small amount of money. Lu Lian accepted the payment and immediately presented the information to Lin Moyu. The information wasn't much, just a few thousand words, but Lin Moyu memorized it with a glance. After reading the information, Lin Moyu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The rebirth root comes from the origin ancestral land. The worlds within the Sea of Realms evolved from the origin world, which also comes from the origin ancestral land. Lin Moyu had only known that the origin world came from a mysterious place, and now he learned that place was called the origin ancestral land. Not everyone could enter the origin ancestral land. The conditions for entry were stringent, and only those recognized by the origin could enter. There were many ways to gain the origin's recognition, but no one could explain them clearly. Every time the origin ancestral land opened, those who qualified would sense it and could go there. The number of people who could go each time was limited, not many. Everyone who went would keep the origin ancestral land secrets and wouldn't reveal its details. A mysterious force prevented them from divulging the information. Even the Lu Feng Merchant Guild knew very little about the origin ancestral land. The origin world was one of the greatest gains from the origin ancestral land. Many people entered and only obtained the origin world. Some people found the origin world useless and sold it. The Lu Feng Merchant Guild was their first choice, and countless origin worlds were sold through the guild. Could be said that at least half of the worlds in the Sea of Realms were sold through the Lu Feng Merchant Guild. Lin Moyu murmured,
How can I enter the origin ancestral land?
The third ancestor smiled.
No one knows the selection criteria for the origin ancestral land. It's not about having a high realm or strength. But one thing is certain, You must be above the Tao's sovereign realm to qualify. So, if you want to enter the origin ancestral land, you must first become a Tao sovereign.
Lin Moyu nodded.
I understand. A senior once told me the same thing, but becoming a Tao sovereign is difficult. I can only try my best, not knowing when the origin ancestral land will open again.
The third ancestor said,
It's hard to say. It might open tomorrow, or it might take another 100 or 1,000 years. But according to past records, it should open within 1,000 years.
Opening within 1,000 years meant he had to become a Tao sovereign within 1,000 years. The difficulty was not small. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's forehead lit up, and the Tai Yin symbol began to flash. 2747, 2747. Chapter 2747. We won't misjudge people. The Tai Yin symbol flashed brightly, causing the third ancestor to exclaim in surprise, and even Lin Moyu was taken aback.
The timing is off. It shouldn't be time for the Tai Yin to appear yet.
Lin Moyu had calculated the time when he arrived, and there should still be a while before the Tai Yin origin appeared. Why was the Tai Yin symbol appearing now? The Tai Yin origin wouldn't have any issues, so the problem must be here. There was an issue with the flow of time here. The Tai Yin symbol flashed, but its frequency and rhythm were different from before. Lin Moyu sensed it slightly and confirmed his suspicion. The flow of time here was much slower than outside. He had only been here for a short while, but a long time had passed outside with a difference of several times. This explained why the third ancestor could live so long here. 1,000,000 years might have passed outside, but it could be just tens of thousands of years here. For a Tao sovereign, living tens of thousands of years was perfectly normal. The third ancestor's voice sounded,
So, the recently famous son of Tai Yin in the southern continent is you.
Lin Moyu maintained his composure and smiled slightly.
Third ancestor, you're too kind. It was just a coincidence that I became the son of Tai Yin. But I don't understand much about being the son of Tai Yin. I was hoping to ask you for guidance.
Since he had been discovered, Lin Moyu decided to shamelessly ask the third ancestor about the son of Tai Yin. He also gambled that the third ancestor wouldn't want to kill him. The Lu Feng Merchant Guild was different from other forces. They had never developed their own power in the southern continent and seemed uninterested in power struggles. Over the years, no matter which force rose or fell in the southern continent, the Lu Feng Merchant Guild remained neutral. They only cared about doing business and making profits. The third ancestor's eyes showed a deep meaning, as if mocking Lin Moyu's cleverness. It was as if he was saying,
Do you think such a small trick can fool me?
However, even if the third ancestor guessed it, he didn't say it out loud.
Since you are the son of Tai Yin, as long as you become a Tao sovereign, you will surely have a place in the origin ancestral land. You have seen the information about the origin ancestral land. That information is not as simple as it appears. Study it carefully when you return. It might help you. The identity of the son of Tai Yin is special. Most people only know that the son of Tai Yin has extremely strong fortune and will inevitably rise to power. Having the son of Tai Yin means having his fortune, which greatly benefits one's own force. After all, much of the competition on the origin continent is for fortune. The secret of the son of Tai Yin needs to be explored by yourself. No one knows it except for the sons of Tai Yin throughout the ages. Even our Lu Feng Merchant Guild only knows that the son of Tai Yin carries a great secret, directly pointing to the origin of the great Tao.
The third ancestor's words made Lin Moyu feel a sense of gravity. The identity of the son of Tai Yin contained a great secret pointing to the origin of the great Tao. Clearly, many top forces might not know this, but the Lu Feng Merchant Guild did, showing their profound foundation. Lin Moyu remembered this favor from the third ancestor. Lin Moyu said,
Thank you for the reminder, third ancestor. I will remember it.
The third ancestor laughed.
All right, we've talked long enough. Let's get to business. After all, you came here to buy things. Let's go through them one by one. First, the technological artifacts you want. These artifacts are very precious and can't be measured by ordinary standards. Each has its own price. Xiao Lian, bring out the Wisdom Heart Pearl.
Without hesitation, Lu Lien took out a pearl. The pearl was about the size of a baby's fist, covered in runes that were incredibly complex, far more intricate than any runes Lin Moyu had seen before. These runes intertwined and formed a three-dimensional structure, with countless layers. Looking at it made Lin Moyu feel dizzy. His soul power drained rapidly, and Lin Moyu quickly closed his eyes, realizing that this Wisdom Heart Pearl was extraordinary. With his current soul realm, there were still things he couldn't look at. The third ancestor asked,
Can you discern the level of this Wisdom Heart Pearl?
Lin Moyu shook his head.
My knowledge is insufficient to determine it.
The third ancestor laughed.
It's right that you can't see it, because it has no level. Do you know where technological artifacts come from? Think about it. With your wisdom, you should be able to figure it out.
Lin Moyu smiled wryly.
Third ancestor, are you testing me?
The third ancestor smiled without speaking, clearly indicating that Lin Moyu should think about it. Lin Moyu felt helpless. The third ancestor seemed serious but enjoyed making jokes at times. He didn't know the origin of technological artifacts, only that they existed in the great world and were numerous. But since the third ancestor asked, he had to think about it. Having been on the origin continent for so long, Lin Moyu had collected a lot of information but never found the origin of technological artifacts. So, technological artifacts must come from... Lin Moyu thought for a moment and had an answer.
I'll take a guess. If I'm wrong, please don't laugh at me, third ancestor. In my opinion, technological artifacts can only come from two places. One is the Sea of Realms, where various worlds exist, and some might be technology-based cultivation worlds. The other should be the Origin Ancestral Land. Although I don't know what the Origin Ancestral Land is like, the information mentioned that it contains everything. So, having technological artifacts is normal. Strictly speaking, the Sea of Realms originated from the Origin World, and the Origin World comes from the Origin Ancestral Land. So, technological artifacts should come from the Origin Ancestral Land.
The third ancestor smiled with satisfaction.
You're right. Technological artifacts do come from the Origin Ancestral Land. But do you know why there are technological artifacts in the Origin Ancestral Land?
Lin Moyu shook his head, genuinely not knowing. The third ancestor laughed heartily.
It's right that you don't know, because I don't know either.
Lin Moyu was speechless. Who would have thought the answer would be like this? The third ancestor really liked making jokes. After laughing for a while, the third ancestor returned to normal.
I want to make a deal with you. I can give you a 50% discount on this Wisdom Heart Pearl, but I have a condition. When you enter the Origin Ancestral Land, you must share the information you obtain there with us. Of course, I only ask for the information you can share. If there are things you can't say, I won't force you. If the information you share is valuable, I can refund the cost of the Wisdom Heart Pearl and even give you more.
Lin Moyu was puzzled.
Senior, this deal seems a bit unfair. What if I don't share a single word? Wouldn't you lose out?
The third ancestor shook his head.
I trust my judgment and also trust Feng Yao's judgment. We won't misjudge people.
Lin Moyu said softly.
In that case, I can only accept your offer. How much is the Wisdom Heart Pearl after the discount?
2,748. 2,748. Chapter 2748. A year of many events. The old king dies. The new king is born. Lu Lien quoted a price that left Lin Moyu speechless. Even after a 50% discount, the Wisdom Heart Pearl still cost 2 million third-grade premium origin crystals. 2 million third-grade premium origin crystals were equivalent to the price of all the precious knowledge accumulated by the Lu Feng Merchant Guild over countless years. Even a 6-star force might go bankrupt trying to afford it. However, the functions of the Wisdom Heart Pearl were very attractive to Lin Moyu. It could merge with any technological artifact and allow a soul to enter it. The Wisdom Heart Pearl was of an extremely high level. Once merged, it would break the current limits of the human emperor, rapidly enhancing its power. In addition, the Wisdom Heart Pearl had many other abilities that the user would need to discover themselves. Lin Moyu took out the origin crystals, and the transaction was completed. The third ancestor squinted his eyes.
Young friend, your windfall is truly enviable.
Lin Moyu's expression remained unchanged.
The windfall is indeed substantial, so I need to spend it to avoid harming my fortune.
The third ancestor naturally didn't believe Lin Moyu's nonsense.
All right, let's continue. Next is the Great Tao Undying Pill. The Great Tao Undying Pill is a 7th realm Tao sovereign treasure. Previously, I sold it to you at a lower price, but its true value is much higher. However, I won't take advantage of you. I'll sell it to you at the original price of 100,000 per pill, and I can sell you up to 3 pills.
Lin Moyu knew that the Great Tao Undying Pill was difficult to refine, and even the Lu Feng Merchant Guild wouldn't have many in stock. Moreover, as a life-saving item, the Lu Feng Merchant Guild could easily sell it at a high price in auctions. Lin Moyu agreed immediately.
I'll take 3 pills. Thank you, Senior. However, I have a request. If you get more Great Tao Undying Pills in the future, please prioritize selling them to me.
The third ancestor smiled.
All right, I'll remember that.
Lu Lian, standing by, said,
I'll make a note of it.
Lin Moyu and the third ancestor continued their transaction. Life and death origin grass, time sand, space crystals. Each item was extremely precious, and each had a sky-high price, but Lin Moyu didn't hesitate and bought them all. By the time the transaction was complete, the total amount had reached an astonishing 5 million third-grade premium origin crystals. The third ancestor squinted his eyes.
Not to mention 6-star forces, even the top 7-star forces in the southern continent wouldn't have much more wealth than this.
Lin Moyu smiled without saying a word. Explaining at this point would be pointless. If the third ancestor had any malicious intent, Lin Moyu wouldn't be able to resist. Lin Moyu couldn't see through the third ancestor's realm. He only felt that it was very high, and killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. Not to mention the third ancestor, even Lu Lian. As the chief manager of the mall, her combat power in the mall was equally terrifying. After the transaction was completed, the third ancestor asked,
All right, is there anything else you want to buy?
The implication was clear. If there was nothing else, it was time for Lin Moyu to leave. Lin Moyu smiled.
Of course, there's more. I want to buy information on arrays, artifact refining, and alchemy, as comprehensive as possible.
The third ancestor scrutinized Lin Moyu.
Are you planning to build your own force?
Lin Moyu nodded.
Indeed, I have that intention.
The third ancestor asked,
Have you found an origin spirit vein?
Lin Moyu didn't deny it.
Yes, I have. By the way, if possible, I'd also like to buy an origin spirit vein.
The third ancestor glared at him.
We don't have that, don't even think about it. Even if we had one, we wouldn't sell it.
Lin Moyu smiled sheepishly. He had anticipated this answer. Everyone wanted an origin spirit vein. If the Lu Feng Merchant Guild had one, they would use it themselves, not sell it. Lu Lian had already calculated the price.
The total for all the information on arrays, artifact refining, and alchemy is 1 million. All right.
Lin Moyu didn't hesitate and directly took out 107th grade premium origin crystals. He paid for all transactions with 7th grade premium origin crystals. In front of the third ancestor, there was no need to hide.
Anything else?
Lin Moyu nodded.
The next information I want to buy, I guess Senior has it, but whether Senior is willing to sell it, I don't know. I'll just mention it. If it's not for sale, please don't take offense.
The third ancestor nodded slightly.
Go ahead.
Lin Moyu said,
I want to buy information about the Eastern Spirit Empire.
There was a sudden silence. Lin Moyu felt the third ancestor's aura fluctuate for a moment. In that instant, he seemed to see a terrifying presence, exuding invincible majesty, overlooking all beings. But it was only for a moment, and the third ancestor's aura quickly calmed. The third ancestor asked in a low voice,
"How did you know?"
Lin Moyu shook his head.
"I can't say. I just know. I wanted to ask if Senior is willing to sell it."
The third ancestor asked,
"How did you know we have information about the Eastern Spirit Empire?"
Lin Moyu said,
"I guessed. This time, the Eastern Spirit Empire attacked various major forces. Along the way, I saw that all the major cities were in ruins, and all beings above the fourth realm of Dao Sovereign had disappeared, likely having met a tragic end. Only the mall remains intact. I didn't see any beings above the fourth realm of Dao Sovereign in the city. I initially thought the guild had received information and evacuated all beings above the fourth realm of Dao Sovereign. But seeing you here, Senior, overturned my guess. It seems the Lu Feng Merchant Guild has a way to avoid detection by the special spirit beast of the Eastern Spirit Empire. Moreover, Miss Lu Lian mentioned that this city has existed for 830,000 years and has never been attacked. So I boldly guess that the Lu Feng Merchant Guild either knows about the Eastern Spirit Empire and can avoid its actions, or has a connection with the Eastern Spirit Empire, so it won't be attacked."
Lin Moyu didn't hide anything and directly stated his guess. As he spoke, he carefully observed the third ancestor's expression and aura. He hoped to see some clues, but apart from the initial fluctuation, the third ancestor remained calm and composed. After Lin Moyu finished speaking, the third ancestor said calmly,
"Finished?"
Lin Moyu nodded.
"Yes, finished."
The third ancestor said,
"Then I'll tell you, we do know about the Eastern Spirit Empire. Not only us, but the top forces in the southern continent also know. But no one will say anything, nor can they, due to our agreement with them. There are deep complexities involved beyond your reach. However, this time, the Eastern Spirit Empire's actions were somewhat unexpected, possibly related to their new ruler. We still need to discuss the specifics with the Eastern Spirit Empire."
The third ancestor sighed.
"The old king is dead, and a new king is born. All previous agreements are void. Who knows how the Eastern continent will change next? A year of many events, truly a year of many events."
Lin Moyu's heart surged.
"The old king is dead, and a new king is born. The Eastern Spirit Empire has a new ruler. Could the new king be Antares?"
Lin Moyu thought it was highly possible and asked,
"Do you know who the new king of the Eastern Spirit Empire is?"
2749, 2749. Chapter 2749. The Old Fox and the Young Fox. The third ancestor looked at Lin Moyu with a peculiar expression, as if asking why he was so concerned about the king of the Eastern Spirit Empire. Regardless of the turmoil in his heart, his face remained expressionless. After a moment, the third ancestor seemed to have not discerned anything and said,
"The new king is very mysterious. There isn't much information about him. All we know is that after he became the new king, the Eastern Spirit Empire underwent some changes, seemingly becoming more aggressive."
Lin Moyu asked,
"Could you tell me what the Eastern Spirit Empire was like before? If it requires payment, just name your price."
The third ancestor chuckled.
"The guild doesn't sell information about the Eastern Spirit Empire, but I can chat with you privately. Lu Lian, don't record my conversation with Lin."
Lu Lian immediately responded,
"Understood."
Lin Moyu perked up his ears, knowing that what the third ancestor was about to say couldn't be recorded. The third ancestor continued,
"The Eastern Spirit Empire is an empire purely composed of spirit beasts, and it is the oldest empire in the entire Eastern continent, so ancient that it cannot be traced back. For some unknown reasons, very few people know about the Eastern Spirit Empire. Even if some do, they tend to forget after a while. The Eastern Spirit Empire is extremely mysterious. Since the moment we knew about it, it has always been shrouded in mystery. No one knows why they do this, and no one knows what their goals are. Every once in a while, the Eastern Spirit Empire launches attacks on other forces in the Eastern continent, mostly targeting those above the fourth realm of Tao's sovereign. Occasionally, they also destroy cities, but as long as the resistance isn't too fierce, they won't go for the kill.
Lin Moyu asked.
When I first arrived in the Eastern continent, I saw the city of the Heavenly Sword sect destroyed by spirit beasts. Was that also the work of the Eastern Spirit Empire?
The third ancestor thought for a moment and shook his head lightly.
No, that wasn't the work of the Eastern Spirit Empire. Someone in the Heavenly Sword sect offended 10 powerful spirit beasts. That fool stole a spirit beast child, intending to make it a pet. As a result, the entire city was destroyed, and no one survived. Sometimes, people can be really unlucky. This time, with the new king's ascension, the Eastern Spirit Empire swept through the entire Eastern continent. Most of those above the fourth realm of Tao's sovereign didn't escape.
Lin Moyu looked at the third ancestor and thought to himself.
But you escaped.
He asked.
According to you, are there others above the fourth realm of Tao's sovereign who escaped this calamity?
The third ancestor replied.
Of course. Do you think the top forces are just for show? They naturally have their own methods.
Lin Moyu was puzzled.
But those large cities, were they deliberately sacrificed?
The third ancestor said.
More or less. There was indeed an element of deliberate sacrifice. Why?
Lin Moyu's heart trembled. Sacrificing those above the fourth realm of Tao sovereign was like sacrificing the backbone of the major forces. The third ancestor snorted.
Those old guys are ruthless. Some people have reached a dead end in their cultivation. Keeping them around is useless. If they continue to live, measures must be taken to seal them. It's better to take the opportunity to get rid of them. As for why, you can guess slowly.
The third ancestor deliberately kept Lin Moyu guessing, even though he knew the answer but didn't want to reveal it. Lin Moyu thought for a moment.
Is it because of fortune?
The third ancestor's eyes narrowed, Lin Moyu's answer clearly exceeding his expectations. He said softly,
It seems you know quite a lot. I've told you so much, it's your turn to speak.
Lin Moyu said,
I have speculated that the purpose of the Eastern Spirit Empire's actions this time is likely for fortune. After hearing what you said, it seems to match. Although those above the fourth realm of Tao Sovereign can provide fortune to their forces, they also occupy a large amount of fortune themselves. If their path is blocked, the fortune they occupy will exceed the fortune they provide. At this point, from the perspective of fortune, they become harmful rather than beneficial to their forces.
Although those above the fourth realm of Tao Sovereign are extremely powerful, some top forces do not lack such experts. Those who truly hold high positions care more about fortune. Only vast fortune can propel them forward. So, for some Tao sovereigns who have reached a dead end, they become obstacles to the progress of those in power. Listening to Lin Moyu's analysis, the third ancestor squinted and said,
It seems you have a deep understanding of fortune. You're right. Fortune is indeed very important on the origin continent. Without fortune, nothing can be achieved. That's why, as the son of Tayin, you will be watched by countless people. The higher your realm, the stronger your fortune, and the more people will target you. Previously, various forces only sent ordinary Tao sovereigns after you. When you become a Tao sovereign, those targeting you might be powerful Tao sovereigns.
Lin Moyu took a deep breath.
I understand. That's why I came here. I want to buy something from you.
The third ancestor smiled.
You want to buy something to conceal the Tayin symbol, right? Items containing the power of the sun origin are rare, and not all of them are suitable. Lu Lian, check if we have anything in the warehouse. We don't have anything suitable. We did have one before, but it was sold.
The third ancestor said,
The power of the sun origin is difficult to control. You can find an 8th grade or higher artifact refiner to make one for you. The price should be affordable, but the materials are hard to find.
Lin Moyu said,
Actually, I have one, but it has usage restrictions and needs to be recharged. Previously, on the Ju phone warship, the array in the room could recharge it. So, I want to buy the method to set up that array.
Lin Moyu was just testing the waters. He knew that the array on the Ju phone warship was likely not for sale. He had already grasped most of the array setup and could try to set it up when he reached the Dao Sovereign Realm. Even if it took hundreds or thousands of attempts, he would eventually succeed. Buying it now was just for immediate use and to test the Lufeng Merchant Guild's limits. The Jufeng warship was the foundation of the Lufeng Merchant Guild, so it was naturally their bottom line. The third ancestor's expression revealed nothing, indicating his experience and wisdom. Lin Moyu couldn't see through him. The third ancestor didn't answer directly but said,
"It seems your fortune is indeed extraordinarily strong. Take out your item and let me have a look."
Having no choice, Lin Moyu took out the red scarf. The third ancestor examined it without expression and then said to Lu Lian,
"Bring a sunstone."
Lu Lian brought out a bright red stone that emitted the power of the sun origin. The stone and the red scarf were almost identical in color. The third ancestor placed the sunstone on the red scarf, and Lin Moyu immediately felt the power of the sun origin flowing into the scarf. The depleted power in the scarf was quickly replenished. The replenishment speed wasn't fast, slower than the array on the Jufeng warship. Lin Moyu thought,
"Sunstone, I've never heard of this material. What exactly is it?"
2752,750. Chapter 2750. The Limits and Foundations of the Lufeng Merchant Guild. Lin Moyu had never heard of a material called sunstone. Not only him, but even Gu Hanyu probably didn't know about it. If she did, she would have told him. Moreover, with the capabilities of the Coldwater Holy Land, there would be no material they couldn't obtain unless they didn't know about it at all. The third ancestor merely tried it out and then returned the red scarf to Lin Moyu. He played with the sunstone.
"Do you want it?"
His tone carried a hint of teasing, a half-smile as he looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu instinctively nodded.
"I want it. Name your price."
The third ancestor shook his head.
"Not for sale. In the entire origin continent, only we can produce sunstones, so it's not for sale."
As expected, obtaining it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Moyu sighed helplessly.
"Then name your conditions."
He knew that since the third ancestor asked, he naturally intended to give it to him. If it wasn't for sale, then there must be conditions. The third ancestor said,
2 conditions. As long as you agree, I will provide you with enough sunstones. The first condition, do not disclose the existence of sunstones to anyone.
"Is that even a condition?" Lin Moyu was slightly stunned but quickly agreed. However, from this condition, he realized that the existence of sunstones was extraordinarily significant. It was likely that the leaders of some top forces knew about it, and sunstones had extraordinary meaning.
The second condition, in the future you must help me with something, which might be dangerous.
Lin Moyu asked,
"How dangerous?"
The third ancestor thought for a moment.
30% chance of injury, 30% chance of death.
Lin Moyu took a deep breath. A 30% chance of death meant a 70% chance of survival. He wasn't afraid of injury. As long as he could survive, he could recover from any injury. If it was just dying once or twice, it wasn't a big deal. For others, it might be a 30% chance of death, but for him, it might be 10% or even lower. The third ancestor squinted his eyes and asked,
"Do you agree?"
Lin Moyu said,
"I agree. Do you need me to make a soul oath?"
The third ancestor laughed heartily.
"No need. If you break your promise, I will come for you personally, and you won't be able to escape. Even if you hide under the Sea King's butt, it won't help."
The third ancestor was very confident in his own strength. Even the Sea King couldn't stop him. The information revealed was immense, making Lin Moyu extremely shocked and giving him a new understanding of the third ancestor's strength. The third ancestor's strength was actually stronger than the Sea King, or rather, not weaker than the Sea King. The Lufeng Merchant Guild was deeply hidden, No wonder the top forces in the southern continent were always respectful towards them. The third ancestor had Lu Lian take out 9 sunstones, placed them in a box, and handed it to Lin Moyu.
10 sunstones should be enough for you. But remember, don't let anyone know about the existence of sunstones, or your troubles will be greater than being the son of Ta'in. And those who come looking for you will definitely be the top experts from various forces.
Lin Moyu smiled wryly. He found that the secrets he carried were increasing, and he was becoming less able to show himself. It seemed the best way was to hide somewhere and cultivate to the 9th realm of Tao Sovereign before coming out. But he knew this wasn't a good solution. Some things seemed to be destined by fate, beyond his control. After putting away the sunstones, the third ancestor once again sent him away. Lin Moyu, led by Lu Lian, left the place. Lin Moyu didn't leave the mall but planned to stay for a few days and explore it. This trade city was fascinating, especially the free trade market, where strange items often appeared. Lu Lian arranged accommodation for Lin Moyu, temporarily lending him the small courtyard where they had previously conducted their transaction, free of charge. With a transaction amount reaching an astonishing 7 million, the rent for a small courtyard was insignificant. As Lin Moyu left, Lu Lian created a clone and appeared before the third ancestor. Lu Lian asked,
Third ancestor, you seem to value him highly.
The third ancestor nodded.
You should have tested his fortune, right? How strong is it?
Lu Lian nodded.
Very strong.
The third ancestor smiled.
Actually, there's no need to test. Being the son of Ta'in, his fortune must be strong.
Lu Lian said.
Much stronger than the previous sons of Ta'in, and significantly so.
The third ancestor raised an eyebrow.
Has he reached the peak of fortune?
Lu Lian said.
Not yet, but he should be close.
The third ancestor said.
If he reaches the peak of fortune, the chances will be greater. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint.
Lu Lian asked.
Should we inform Miss Feng Yao? After all, he is her old friend.
The third ancestor said.
Yes, Feng Yao happens to be here. Inform her.
Lin Moyu sat in the small courtyard, contemplating his meeting with the third ancestor. The gains were substantial, and the third ancestor's strength was beyond his comprehension. Moreover, he was the third ancestor of the Lu Feng Merchant Guild. Were there also a second ancestor, a first ancestor, and others? The strength of the Lu Feng Merchant Guild was immeasurable. Lin Moyu squinted his eyes, his gaze somewhat scattered, murmuring to himself,
Although I can't see the upper limit, at least I've touched the bottom line. The Ju Feng worship should be the foundation of the Lu Feng Merchant Guild. If I'm not mistaken, the Lu Feng Merchant Guild not only relies on the Ju Feng worship but also has other great secrets.
When he mentioned the array on the Ju Feng worship, the third ancestor avoided the topic and instead brought out the sunstone. The more he avoided it, the more obvious it became. Even if the third ancestor said nothing, he had already given the answer. He was telling Lin Moyu in another way not to target the Ju Feng worship. The power consumed by the red scarf was being slowly replenished, though not quickly, it was stable. Lin Moyu continued to ponder, hoping to analyze more information. He handed the wisdom heart pearl to the human emperor, but the human emperor couldn't merge with it. The wisdom heart pearl's level was too high, and the human emperor's own power was too weak to control it. Moreover, part of its power had already reached Yudao City, further complicating the fusion. The best solution was for Lin Moyu to return to Yudao City and personally assist the human emperor in merging with the wisdom heart pearl. The human emperor began absorbing the information Lin Moyu had purchased. The more detailed the information, the more complete and accurate the human emperor's analysis would be. The vast amount of information would keep the human emperor busy for a while. After thinking about the Lu Feng Merchant Guild and the third ancestor, Lin Moyu began contemplating matters related to the Eastern Spirit Empire. From the third ancestor's tone, it was clear he was also wary of the Eastern Spirit Empire and didn't want to offend them. Clearly, the Eastern Spirit Empire was not as simple as it seemed. What was hidden behind the Eastern Spirit Empire? As a hidden force in the Eastern continent, what role did it play? Lin Moyu felt an urge to visit the Eastern Spirit Empire and see if the new king was Antares. But he knew it wasn't the right time. He didn't even know how to get to the Eastern Spirit Empire. If he went and the king wasn't Antares, how would he handle it? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came through the array. 2751, 2751. Chapter 2751. Shouldn't we get to know each other, Gu Hanyu? At this moment, the sun's origin was in its prime. Lin Moyu closed the courtyard array and felt a familiar aura approaching, causing a smile to form on his lips. Standing gracefully at the courtyard gate was the tall and elegant Lu Fengyao, smiling warmly at him. Lin Moyu smiled back.
Sister Fengyao, what brings you here?
Although they hadn't known each other for long and hadn't seen each other for a while, they still felt like old friends with no sense of unfamiliarity. Lu Fengyao was as beautiful as ever, and her temperament had changed since becoming a Dao sovereign. Perhaps growing up in the Lu Feng Merchant Guild and holding a significant position in her family, Lu Fengyao always had an air of authority. However, this aura was not off-putting. Instead, it highlighted her grace. Her nobility was different from Gu Hanyu's. Gu Hanyu's demeanor was cold and unapproachable. Lu Fengyao's nobility, on the other hand, was warm and approachable, making her seem easy to talk to, yet maintaining a sense of distance. Lu Fengyao walked into the courtyard as if it were her own home.
So you like living in places like this?
Lin Moyu smiled.
I don't have high requirements for my living environment.
Lu Fengyao smiled but didn't comment further. Instead, she asked,
Didn't you say you'd come find me when you arrived on the origin continent? Did you forget?
Lin Moyu laughed.
I did look for you twice. The first time, you weren't back yet. The second time, you were in seclusion, breaking through to Dao's sovereign.
Lu Fengyao nodded.
The third time, it's my turn to find you. Are you free? I'll show you around the mall. I'd love to.
Lin Moyu readily agreed. Lu Fengyao led Lin Moyu towards the northwest side of the mall, chatting as they walked.
There's nothing much to see elsewhere. The most interesting place in the mall is the free market in the northwest. You can always find something fun there.
Lin Moyu's interest was piqued.
What's so fun about it?
Lu Fengyao said.
Have you ever seen people arguing? Not just shouting at each other, but really arguing without physical confrontation.
Lin Moyu laughed.
Isn't that just a shouting match?
Lu Fengyao immediately denied it.
It's different from an ordinary shouting match. They can't use their cultivation to fight, but they can use it to amplify their voices, making them super loud. Especially when there's a difference in cultivation levels. Those with higher cultivation can shout so loudly that those with lower cultivation might vomit blood.
Lin Moyu was amazed.
So they use their cultivation to strengthen their voices but can't attack with it, only suppress. Shouting someone into vomiting blood is quite a sight.
It was evident that such occurrences were not rare, judging by Lu Fengyao's expression, indicating she had seen it many times. Lin Moyu asked,
Did you also live in the mall before?
Lu Fengyao nodded.
Yes, I was born and raised here and cultivated here, though I've been to other places. I've visited the southern, western, and northern continents and am familiar with many places. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Great!
Lin Moyu said shamelessly, not holding back at all. They chatted leisurely as they walked, taking their time. Facing Lu Fengyao, Lin Moyu had no intention of probing for information. Their conversation was natural, with no pretense or hidden agendas. He even let down his guard a bit. Sometimes, Lin Moyu felt that Lu Fengyao was somewhat similar to Lin Mohan, just a gentler version. Though he had no intention of probing, Lin Moyu still learned a lot. Lu Fengyao was born and raised in the mall, then traveled with the Jufeng warship to other continents, gaining experiences beyond ordinary people's reach. Given her status, being born in the mall indicated that the mall was the Lu Feng Merchant Guild's headquarters. No wonder the Lufeng Merchant Guild had no base in the southern continent. Their true headquarters was in the eastern continent. Lin Moyu also realized that the Lufeng Merchant Guild had high expectations for Lu Fengyao, given her rigorous training. At less than 7,000 years old, Lu Fengyao had already become a Dao sovereign, a true prodigy. In the origin continent, those who became heavenly sovereigns within 10,000 years were considered geniuses. Those who became Dao sovereigns within 10,000 years were considered prodigies. Lu Fengyao was one of the top prodigies, standing out among her generation in the Lufeng Merchant Guild. Lu Fengyao said,
In a few days, there will be a gathering in the mall. Are you interested in joining?
Lin Moyu asked.
What kind of gathering? It's a gathering of prodigies from our generation.
Lu Fengyao explained. She elaborated that the gathering was for those under 10,000 years old who had become Dao sovereigns. Every 1,000 years, these prodigies would gather to discuss and validate their learnings. The gathering was always held in the mall. Lu Fengyao had attended a few times before, but only as an observer due to her special status. This time, she could participate directly. As a prodigy, she had the right to bring one person along, and she wanted to give that spot to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt that this spot was precious. After all, it was a chance to meet the most outstanding prodigies of the current generation, and many would want to go. He didn't expect Lu Fengyao to offer it to him. Lu Fengyao smiled brightly.
What do you think? Want to see what the prodigies of this generation are like? I think you'll have the chance to interact with them in the future.
These prodigies came from various top forces, many groomed as future leaders. The gathering was not just a meeting but also a competition. To be honest, Lin Moyu was tempted. After all, they were prodigies, and it would be interesting to see them. Lin Moyu smiled.
Would giving me the spot make things difficult for you?
Lu Fengyao laughed heartily.
It's my spot, I decide. What's difficult about it? Who dares to make it difficult for me?
Lin Moyu gave a thumbs up.
Impressive.
Lu Fengyao patted Lin Moyu's shoulder.
I think you'll be better than them once you become a Dao sovereign. During the gathering, there will be many saintesses from top forces. You should take a good look. If you fancy someone, I'll help you propose.
Lin Moyu was momentarily speechless, shaking his head.
No need, no need.
Lu Fengyao laughed.
Don't be shy. Marriage is normal.
Lin Moyu said.
I already have a wife, so there's no need to trouble you, Sister Fengyao.
Lin Moyu thought to himself.
Do all sisters have the same trait?
His own sister was like this, and so was Lu Fengyao. Lu Fengyao's eyes lit up.
I didn't expect you to be married already. What a pity. When will you introduce your wife to me?
Lin Moyu quickly said.
There will be a chance.
Introduce her. Should he introduce Gu Hanyu? Better not. Gu Hanyu might kill him. Suddenly, a roar came from ahead. Lin Moyu's eyelids twitched, and his spiritual sense tingled. He sensed a special aura. 2752, 2752. Chapter 2752. Just set up your stall. Why so much nonsense? The free market came into view. A massive square with each side over 100,000 meters long. The square was enormous, with stalls set up every 10 meters, all arranged by cultivators themselves. The Lufeng Merchant Guild managed the market, and each stall was free of charge. Even if transactions occurred, the guild took no commission. There was only one rule. If a stall had no transaction record within 10 days, it had to leave the free market and could only return after another 10 days. This was a cooling-off mechanism set by the Lufeng Merchant Guild. Apart from this, there were no other regulations. The guild didn't care about the quality or price of the items sold. Everything depended on the buyer's discernment. Many people thought the Lufeng Merchant Guild was doing a good deed by providing such a large free trading venue for so many people. If they charged fees or took commissions, they would make huge profits. Many people were grateful to the Lufeng Merchant Guild for this. However, Lin Moyu saw through the guild's cleverness immediately. All the cultivators who came here to trade wouldn't sell inferior items. Cultivators' knowledge was limited compared to the experts in the Lufeng Merchant Guild, who often didn't know the true value of their items. The guild could send people to scout the market, picking up valuable items at low prices, making even more profit. If they charged fees or took commissions, it might deter some cultivators from coming. Perhaps similar markets existed in major cities, spreading valuable items across various places. It was better to have most cultivators gather here for transactions. The Lufeng Merchant Guild strategy was indeed brilliant. Moreover, the free market wasn't limited to human cultivators. Demon cultivators and members of the 100 Herb Alliance also frequented it. Occasionally, one could even see dragon and Buddhist cultivators. Only the insect clan didn't appear here. In front of the free market, two people were glaring at each other, shouting angrily. Their speech was rapid, and their cultivation not only amplified their voices but also increased their speed. The foul language they hurled at each other was incredibly harsh, cursing each other's ancestors for 18 generations. If one's realm and Tao heart weren't strong enough, they could easily be overwhelmed. Lin Moyu sensed that these curses contained ghostly soul impacts. However, these soul impacts weren't strong enough to violate the Lufeng Merchant Guild's regulations, so they weren't stopped. Lu Fengyao seemed excited.
Didn't expect to see this right away. Isn't it fun?
A dignified Dao sovereign and the young lady of the Lufeng Merchant Guild found such cursing matches interesting. It was indeed amusing. Lu Fengyao said,
Whenever I hit a bottleneck in my cultivation, I come here to listen to a few cursing matches, and my bottleneck naturally breaks.
Lin Moyu found it fascinating. The world was indeed full of wonders. However, Lin Moyu wasn't interested in the cursing match. His attention was elsewhere. Scattered on the ground between the two people were various items. Among them, one item emitted a faint spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was extremely weak but persistent. Lin Moyu, with his strong spiritual sense, detected it.
Could it really be a spiritual material?
Lin Moyu wondered. He came to the trading market hoping to find spiritual materials. Previously, when purchasing items from the third ancestor, he had also expressed his desire to buy spiritual materials. The Lufeng Merchant Guild did have spiritual materials, but only those suitable for heavenly sovereigns. They also had spiritual materials for Dao sovereigns, but those were sent to the Jufeng worship and weren't available in the market. Lin Moyu speculated that even if the main guild had high-level spiritual materials, they were likely consumed internally and wouldn't be sold. He could only try his luck at the free market, hoping to find a hidden gem. He didn't have high hopes, knowing that the guild's people had already scoured the market many times. Unexpectedly, he found something right away. Lin Moyu realized that even the guild's people weren't infallible. He might indeed have a chance to find something valuable. Lin Moyu asked softly,
How long do these cursing matches usually last?
Lu Fengyao said,
It varies. Some last just a few minutes, while others can go on for a whole day. Judging by their states, one is a mid-level heavenly sovereign, and the other is a high-level heavenly sovereign. The outcome should be clear soon.
Indeed, the high-level heavenly sovereign was already suppressing the other, and the result wouldn't take long. Lin Moyu wasn't in a hurry and watched the commotion with Lu Fengyao. Few cultivators in the market came to watch, perhaps because they were used to such scenes. No one touched the scattered items on the ground. As with Lu Fengyao, the chief manager, around, no one dared to steal. The Lufeng Merchant Guild didn't intervene in everything, but they did maintain order in the market. Lu Fengyao watched with great interest, even taking out snacks to eat, like a true spectator. A Dao sovereign-level spectator wasn't unusual here. After half an hour, the match ended. The high-level heavenly sovereign won, becoming arrogant and domineering despite not gaining any tangible rewards. The reason for their argument was simple: a stall. They were at the entrance of the trading market, the best spot. The mid-level heavenly sovereign had been there for over 9 days without making a sale. According to the rules, he had to leave on the 10th day and could only return after 10 days. The high-level heavenly sovereign wanted his spot and started setting up a few hours early, leading to the argument. The mid-level heavenly sovereign, having lost the argument, packed up his things to leave. The item that caught Lin Moyu's attention belonged to him. Before he could finish packing, Lin Moyu approached.
Fellow Taoist, are you still selling your items?
The man looked at Lin Moyu, seeing that he was also a mid-level heavenly sovereign, and replied politely,
Of course, but don't think you can take advantage of me just because I lost the argument.
Lin Moyu smiled.
I won't haggle. Please set up your items so I can take a look.
The man stared at Lin Moyu.
Are you serious about buying?
Lin Moyu said.
I need to see the items first.
At this moment, Lu Fengyao spoke.
Just set up your stall. Why so much nonsense?
The man, already frustrated, was about to get angry but noticed Lu Fengyao was a Dao sovereign. His anger vanished instantly. He wouldn't dare offend a Dao sovereign. While fighting wasn't allowed in the market, it didn't mean it couldn't happen outside. If a Dao sovereign targeted him, his life would be miserable. He quickly set up his items.
Please take a look.
The high-level heavenly sovereign who had won the argument glanced at Lin Moyu, seemingly wanting to say something, but seeing Lu Fengyao, he closed his mouth. 2753, 2753.